Hey guys, this could be a hard follow these easy plays. This way, don't be disheartened. Some people like myself do a lot of replays in advance, so you might send me a replay 2 weeks ago and your favorite YouTube channels. It is super easy. You can do it in 5 basic steps.
Hey you guys. Okay, I'm so sorry about all of the consternation here. We're loading up, we're kicking off into the actual games themselves. I had to go figure out how to troubleshoot the Windows 11 File Explorer and showing hidden files. It's been taking me ages to get everything set up the way I like. It's why the tournament is starting so late on stream here. But we're in it. Skull Taker is going to be rocking up to the middle objective with Locus of Fury, Bloody Onslaught, the Slayer Sword, Revel, and Cloak of Skulls, so just like fully kitted out, which is almost honestly never a bad thing. All of the buffs really help him out in terms of his combat prowess, and it does make characters like Archeon have to work a little bit harder to snipe him, especially the Slayer Sword's huge weapon strength debuff. Actually turning Skull Taker into a bit of a badass himself, because he does go up to about 84, 85 melee attack when he's got that procced, combined with Revel and Slaughter. And he can actually put in some serious damage against some of these combat characters, even though he's on the throne. Not necessarily the highest melee defense is really his only weakness. You can see that oftentimes there's a lot of threats being juggled by players as they're playing into Khorne. You can't simply just run in and start bashing on Skull Taker, because he does heal up pretty nicely with Gore Feast. Plus you have stuff like the Hellforge Bellers rolling around that characters like Archeon also have to contend with. So the Marauder Horsemasters and Horsemen are throwing down a decent amount of firepower, and Archie is pummeling the hell out of the Hellforge Bellers currently. Really aggressive land with Furies back here. Fury's honestly not very good at killing the Chaos Dowling crew. These Chaos Dwarves are difficult to deal with just because they have Unbreakable. They don't really take all that much damage as you fly into combat. And another issue with the Furies is that they have a tendency to attack the cannon model. And their weapon strength isn't quite enough to kill the actual artillery piece. And the crew only has these two guys out on the side manning it. If you want to kill the crew, you have to fly behind and then land so that they're actually piled in on the reserve crew that's standing in the back there. So Hellforge Bellers goes down. Marauder Dual Axe is struggling a little bit here as they're fighting the Chaos Warriors and these Marauders. Archie is beating up on Skull Taker, but we do have the Chaos Warrior Halberds coming over to peel a little bit, and they do push Skull Taker, or not Skull Taker, Archeon back a little bit. Bloodwake Berserkers piling into combat here. They should be able to feast pretty easily in combat against all these armored infantry units. Forsaken getting munched on as well. Skull Taker looks like he's going to be pulling back, but then just turns around and gets right into combat against Archie here. Chewing on him pretty nicely, and the Bloodwake Berserkers getting huge buffs right now. Locus of Fury and the Horn popped on these guys. Over 100 weapon strength and over 105 melee attack here. And the Chaos Warriors going down pretty hard as a result. Halberd's backing up, and Broods of the Hound moving up as your first summon in. That's fine, but you've lost out on momentum across most of the rest of the battlefield, and the Great Weapon Chaos Warriors have actually done a pretty good job of holding their ground for the most part here. Really, it's only the middle of the field here that's looking okay for Khorne. You've still got the Soul of Damnation online. It's got a lot of value. Already up to 1,500, a little bit over 16 in fact. Dropping down some more shots, getting some more big damage in there. The Chaos Warriors, though, definitely don't want to keep committing to the middle here right now. You've gotten good damage on Skull Taker, as well as the Marauders. You've got plenty of Horsemen here. What you need to do is just keep backing up, finish off these Minotaurs. Probably work to maybe overwhelm the number one right now. There's not a lot of infantry actually on the point. You could flood that zone with your horsemen, grab the objective, force Khorne to have to play off of the middle here, and then you can find spots where you can jump out and isolate units like Fleshhounds, Marauders to pull apart away from having to fight the Bloodwake Berserkers and the Minotaurs. Brutes of the Hound are also kind of an annoying unit. They just do huge damage. The buff to the Berserkers was actually pretty important because they became smaller entities. which means they pile into combat better, and they don't take nearly as much damage from people attacking them, which is pretty huge. Previously, they were just massive bumblers, so when they got into combat, they would get surrounded by multiple other small entities and ripped to pieces. Now that doesn't happen, they tend to perform much more efficiently. Few Chaos Warriors fighting against the dual weapons. Archaon's trying to make a difference here. Doesn't really have the optimal smell kit either. I do like Spirit Leech against Khorne, just to hammer down the characters, and especially Valkia. She can get folded up pretty badly by that. But Searing Doom is way better than Burning Head, so I would be looking into that for the future. Hellstriders and the Chaos Warriors actually do take down Hounds of the Blood Hunt. Looking to follow this charge up, Bull is trying to get after the Routing Marauders, leaving the flanks a little open for the Furies and the Fleshhounds to collapse on these Hellstriders. But a good retreat here, pulling back, making sure these guys don't break, just so that they can get a little bit of support before they re-engage there, I think. Got all these horsemen, all of whom are out of ammunition. You really need to unsummon those guys right about now. You can get a rebate, and you still don't need to commit to this middle objective. You don't have to take that away from Khorne. Not quite yet. You really could be jumping out to the number 3 to get after that before you think about diving here in the middle. And in that time, you could have all of the horsemen ready to come back out with more ammunition, which I think is a little more important right now than just jumping up here and trying to flip the cap weight away when you still have enemy units that are very capable of putting up a fight here. You're kind of brute forcing this. Usually brute force against Khorne is where you run into trouble, but you do have the supply advantage here. Still a huge value lead, just need to make sure that you get decisive engagements on the flanks like this. You've got 2 Hellstriders getting good charges off. Fleshhounds are going to go down pretty quickly here. The Furies will chew on Hellstriders pretty bad here. But provided you don't lose Archie here, and you take down Skulltaker, I think it should still be fine. Khorngor's waiting in the wings, just holding the, attempting to hold the cap weight, but not quite able to do it against the Warriors of Chaos here. Skulltaker down to 1,000 HP currently. Is Archie gonna be able to finish him off, though? Is the big question. He's getting low himself. He's also down to about 1,000 HP. It's going to come down to who breaks here, I think. That might actually determine this game somewhat, because the battlefield situation for the Warriors of Chaos, it does look pretty good. They've still got the Soul of Damnation that could finish off Skulltaker. And he gets a big shot in there against the Khorngors, in fact. Maybe Khorne is just a little too gassed for all of this. You've got the Fleshhounds and the Furies over here still holding the line. Actually very impressed by the holding power of that Fleshhound unit. But they do start to crumble out here. Now that they're going, you've got the Khorngors routing in the middle. We finally get a much firmer, secure hold on the middle developing here. And it does look like Skulltaker crumbled out as well. Brutes of the Hound holding on the outside, Rotting Riders coming in, and they're going to be the linchpin for the late game that I don't think Khorne's going to be able to handle here. Attatat does have 2,400 supplies. How you could get back into this game, I'm not 100% confident you can. The best way to do it would be get a bunch of throwing axes out. Khorne throwing axes counter the Rotting Riders very, very comfortably. You've got flaming damage to get through the weakness to fire from the regeneration. Tons of AP. You can really shred the Rotting Riders with throwing axes. It's usually the best bet, too. Rotting Riders, with their good combat stats and terror-causing unit, actually is good counter to Minos. Minos have a pretty hard time in a one-on-one against those guys. On top of a couple of dual axes, maybe they can do something. Both refusing to unsummon the horsemen. Still needs to lock in a little bit and make sure that you actually pull those guys offline to replenish their ammo. You'd get a little bit more supplies in the bank, too, by doing that. Great weapons waiting in the wings. Marauders looking to push up. We can fast forward through the remainder of this one, probably. It's looking pretty well in hand. You know, Burning Head going down. Burning Head now actually could make a little bit of a difference. It's on the dual weapon warriors who do have a little bit more armor than your standard Marauder, but are still fairly vulnerable to stuff like Burning Head. Plus, the burnt contact effect is lowering leadership, and we do get a terror route going down on those Marauders. Minos getting worn down, doing their best, but the Rotting Riders are just all over these guys. You can see their anti-large, armor-piercing attacks piling in against these Minos. And the Minotaur's trying to pull out here, but they're just completely trapped in. I got Hellstriders on the other side. Oh, and they're not even the great weapon variant. Just the dual axe version of the Minos, which I don't really love. The dual weapon Minotaurs are a little superfluous on the Khorne roster. You've got tons of other good anti-infantry options. You usually don't need to commit to the overkill that those guys offer. Just use like the Hellforge Bellowers, some Bloodletters, and Skull Taker, and you're usually going to be pretty well set for handling any infantry that come out onto the field. And this is just brutal to watch. You can't let the Soul of Damnation get this kind of value. I mean, 3,200 here. Absolutely brutalizing the front line for Khorne. And if that's one area in particular that Khorne absolutely cannot lose out in. You already struggle enough as Khorne in the kite game. Loss of momentum in mobility fights is pretty devastating and something that you've already got to contend with against the Chaos Warriors. Allowing their super heavy artillery piece like this to just farm value off of you is a no-no. There's a couple of ways you can deal with this thing. Like I said, you can fly the Furies over the top and land on them. That's a big commitment, though. It takes quite a few units, usually, to kill the entire crew. Just because your opponent's going to be geared up for responding to any dive attempts. You can bring a regular Skull Cannon and shoot down the artillery piece itself, which is actually fairly doable. Then there's also Exalted Bloodthirsters who can kill the actual artillery piece itself. All of which takes some time and patience. Really here, the only things that were causing just an unmanageable amount of damage to Khorne is the Horsemen, Archaon, and the Soul of Damnation. All of which you do have counters for as Khorne. You just have to be aware of them, and you have to play around them quite a bit here so that they actually can do the job that they're designed to do. I'll show off just real quick. This is what my Anti-Warriors of Chaos build looks like as Khorne. I still do Skull Taker. He's such a strong lord. I usually cut Locust Fury to save the money. I really like double Skull Cannon against the Warriors of Chaos, especially on a map like what we just saw. The mobile Skull Cannon and Skull Taker squad is a really nice goon squad to roll around and steal points away from your opponent. Marauders are good enough. One Minotaur to back that up. You get a couple of throwing axe cavalry and then a dual weapon Marauder. Fill out with some Fleshhounds, a couple Furies, more Minos, usually a pretty good option. You can do the Bloodwake Berserkers in reserve here. They get hammered by the Soul of Damnation, so your opponent's most likely bringing that as the Warriors of Chaos. This build is very well suited for playing into the most meta Warriors of Chaos builds. As soon as you kill the Soul of Damnation is when you bring the Bloodwake Berserkers out, and until then you can rely on some Forsaken in reserve, or you can do Bloodletters, depending on your own personal preference. I think Forsaken are better against the other kite elements of the Warriors of Chaos army. Like I said, those are the elements that you typically struggle the most with as Khorne. And Forsaken are a fairly solid unit across the board. You can use them to go steal objectives. You can avoid Chaos Warriors pretty easily with the 46 foot speed. And kind of give those guys headaches. Give me a sec, let me turn this off. Really don't need shadows. For whatever reason, it tanks the frame rate on my game. I don't know why it got re-enabled. Skaven Tomb Kings. Got a bunch more replays coming in. Keep them coming, guys. I'm going to do as many as I can today, as per usual. Awesome. So we got... Hell yeah, let's go. Sorcerer Prophet giving some really hype speech, and I don't know what language the Chaos Dowie speak, but I'm sure it was rousing enough for them to be getting into combat here. Infernal Guard Fireglave's going to be moving up with a huge Chaos Dwarf Warrior front line. Standard shielded Chaos Dwarf Warriors, I'm not 100% a big fan of. I think that there's some merits to them. Into another heavily armored faction, and a faction like Kislev that actually has a lot of good answers for Chaos Dowie Warriors. I'd be a little bit cautious of. We do have one Infernal Ironsworn as well. These guys I do really love, especially with the new cap weight changes. I think they've been a pretty excellent unit for the Chaos Dowie as a whole. Dervishes scrapping against the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders here. Losing out a little bit just because the Sorcerer Prophet's still waiting in the wings. And got a little bit of damage on the flank of that fight. Does take a little bit of damage, nothing too serious though. Chalice of Blood and Darkness did get nerfed. It's within 100 meters, that's fairly doable. You can just chase around this Ice Witch as well. Ice Witch is in a really odd spot. This is not the kind of position that she wants to be in. Getting a little too close for comfort against this big combat character. She is able to squeak away, though, so Dark Horse is going to be running with her. Trying to pull her back to some measure of safety. Winged Lancers going deep in against the Goblin Laborers, while Kossovite Dervishes taking a head-up fight against Infernal Guard, which is a really terrible place for them to be. These guys just withstand skirmish cap for days, and they give back as much as they take in damage and more, even against much heavier armored units. Just because they have such good AP splits on their weapon strength, they get a little bit of extra melee attack with their bonus versus large. It's nothing too serious. It's a little limited, but it does usually leave them in pretty good stead for defending themselves. So Winged Lancers going to be taking up the mantle here as the Kossovite Dervishes run away, and the Lancers charge in, but don't really get a whole lot of value here as they do so. Really, it's just a delaying action at this point against the Fireglaves. They should be able to chew through that Winged Lancer unit. Dark Horse neglecting to cycle charge a bit here, which is definitely leaving the Chaos Dowie looking fairly dominant on the battlefield so far. It's nothing too insane. The Chaos Dwarf Warriors are going to take ages to grind down the Kislev Warriors, and even longer to manage a Armored Kossar. That Armored Kossar fight is actually fairly even. Usually they both grind themselves down into a state of absolute uselessness. But if a mobility advantage starts to develop here, For the Chaos Dwarves, they have really strong anti-infantry options like Kadai Fireborn that they can throw in, who will very quickly chew an Armored Kossar apart. And then they can just roll up this entire flank. There's really nothing here to punish the Kadai Fireborn right now. You've got some Armored Kossars and a few Bowmen who can do a little bit of damage, but really aren't going to be a significant enough threat to keep these things in check. So you can see one Armored Kossar in the front line, pretty quickly handled. Kadai Fireborn push into the back line, get on top of the other Armored Kossar unit here, and are throwing down some serious damage, doing their cool little spin attacks. They're a very fun looking model. They've got some great animations too with like the fire breath and everything. You can see these guys suffering pretty badly as a result. Kislevites warriors fighting toe-to-toe against the Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits. Sneaky Gits getting in here. Usually not a good idea to stack infantry, but Kislev's been very lax with utilizing their magic. It's really not been all that impactful. It's really just Death Frost, which is fine. Here's the thing about Ice Witches. Ice Witches have really good spell kits. Their abilities are honestly pretty bad outside of Guardian Call. Like, cut Ice Shard here, cut the Snowflake Pendant, get rid of Frost Shield, do Death Frost, and get your Ice Maiden's Kiss, and that would be the way to go here. Although Blizzard from the Tempest lore, I absolutely swear by. I think it's almost an auto-include in most matchups, and it would be a really good way of getting rid of an Infernal Guard Fireglaive unit. Throwing down an Overcasted Blizzard will one-shot an Infernal Guard Fireglaive. And you can also do the same to like any bunched-up formations of infantry from the Kislevite side. I guess here, though, it's working out pretty okay for Do Your Lines. The value doesn't look great for Do Your Lines. A lot of that value deficit, though, is because of the Sorcerer Prophet taking a whole bunch of damage from shooting. If you're factoring in the damage on the Lord, who's still very active, you've got to consider that the frontline fight has gone super favorably for the Chaos Dwarves because of this Kadai Fireborn that's just had its way with the Kislevite army. There's been no Warbear Rioters, no Streltsy, no Little Groms, nothing to really punish it. There's a Little Grom coming out now, but it is focused on the Sorcerer Prophet. Going so deep for this Lord kill at the expense of your front line. Even if you kill the Lord here, you have next to nothing remaining. The things in the woods have been grinding into the Chaos Warriors for an extended period. They've been a little separated from infantry support for broad sections of that time. And now the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider Spears are looking to collapse on these guys. And the Hobgoblins, very weak to armor, but against low armor, expensive units, like the things in the woods, they get some really great damage in because they're cowardly despoilers. You can see it proccing here. The other unit is also getting the benefits, extra weapon strength on the table for these guys. It's nothing too crazy, but an extra 5 can make all the difference between killing a unit quickly or slowly grinding into them as your charge bonus wears off. So, able to mop up a little bit here. Do Your Lines in a really nice position. Their Lord is routing off the field, which is a little unfortunate, but nothing too terrible for the Chaos Dowie right now. Kadai Fireborn just continuing the rampage. I don't know where this Little Grom is shooting at. I mean, these Infernal of Ironsworn have been completely broken now. Did pay for themselves, which is really nice to see. Very expensive elite infantry. Have had problems with cost efficiency in the past. Seems like this current patch, they're a little bit more impactful. Certainly the added cap weight has helped them. It does seem like maybe they fight a little bit more efficiently in combat, too. I'm not 100% sure about that. That's a little bit more anecdotal than hard evidence. You get the Iron Demon coming in. Iron Demons are a great distraction for artillery. Iron Demons are honestly just stupendously annoying unit because of the mass and more power, making them almost impossible to lock down in combat. Little Grom does good damage to them, but it's going to take a lot to finish this thing off. It is unbreakable, and it has over 7,000 HP. It's very difficult to manage effectively. Typically what I recommend against these Iron Demons is ignore them in the early game and focus on winning everywhere else on the battlefield, and then shoot them down as they're alone and isolated. I recommend that just because of how hard it is to handle them. You can't attack them in melee combat effectively, seemingly. You can get full surrounds on this unit, and it'll just continue motoring through your army. And it'll really bully you, and it can flatten a front line too pretty badly. Kadai Fireborn getting hit by Death Frost. Honestly, Death Frost would be better on the Iron Demon. It's one of the more effective and efficient ways of chipping these things down. It's going to do some appreciable damage to the Kadai Fireborn, but you can see that, you know, it's about 1,000 damage, give or take. Spread across all 16 models, they're sitting pretty. And they're going to continue to be rolling around and causing issues for the very tattered Kislevites army. The Snow Leopard getting absolutely smacked down by that Death Shriek rocket there. Brutal damage, man. Almost took a third of the HP out of this poor little Snow Leopard. Kadai Fireborn getting into combat against it. They're not an anti-infantry unit. They might be able to chip the Snow Leopard down slowly but surely, just because every odd hit is 120 damage, give or take. Snow Leopards don't have a lot of armor, so even a inefficient unit like the Kadai here, able to chip this thing down just because of the low HP and low armor values. Weapon strength comes in pretty clutch. It is a very, very important stat. Especially since charge bonuses can make up for any, like, lack of melee attack, at least temporarily while that's active. Ice Switch rolling around, Iron Demon and the Kadai Fireborn just, doing their thing. Iron Demon hasn't had a lot of targets. It could probably just stand a maneuver out to the number 3 over there, and kill whatever the Kadai Fireborn, can't finish off here. This Kadai unit with 2,800 value is amazing. Absolutely clutch for the Chaos Dwarves here. Chaos Dowie winning this game because they summoned out their answers a little bit better, I would say. Dark Horse was throwing a lot at the wall and not much was sticking. I know you want to get rid of all those Chaos Dwarf Warriors, but you are playing a ranged faction that is a little bit more reliant on raw value than the Chaos Dwarves are. Kislev really needs to play into their mobility as much as possible to win games, in my opinion. Going with this big Armored Kossar and Bow Kossar frontline was setting yourself up a little bit for an epic fall. Maybe against a more mobility-focused Chaos Dwarf army it would have done okay, but into all of these Chaos Dwarf warriors, it was a bit of a hard counter. And that's a little rough to see. Not a lot you can do about that. I know that it's not looking good just from an outside perspective as you're loading into the game and you see what your opponent's brought up. But I would be patient, summon out Little Grom, and just content myself with using the Bow Kossars to try and poke down Infernal Guard, maneuvering the Armored Kossars into blocking positions to keep Chaos Dwarf Warriors away from your bowmen. As long as you can do that and work down the Infernal Guard slowly but surely, you should be able to handle just about anything. The Little Groms shoot down the Kadai Fireborn. Use your cavalry, all these dervishes and the winged lancers, to control your opponent's hobgoblins. There's a ton of hobgoblins in this build, maybe a few too many. I would probably cut 2 of these wolf raiders with spears, just because they're usually not nearly as good in this matchup as they are in others. Usually Kislev's going to be bringing more Griffin Legion and such. Lacking a lot of the shock cavalry here. I understand wanting answers for the armored infantry, but that's what Blizzard is better for. Sniping out the Bale Taurus characters is still really tricky because of Chalice of Blood and Darkness. They withstand damage so well, they just don't go down quickly or easily. And it can leave you in a situation where you've pumped an absolute load of damage into your opponent's lord trying to snipe them down, and they just waddle away, very low HP but very much still alive, denying you the opportunity to get any kind of leadership collapse on your opponent. Get some Warhounds. Warhounds, yeah, Warhounds have been a little bit nicer. Just because this patch is so mobility focused in its scope, the Warhounds definitely can get some really good damage on lightly armored skirmish units. Houseplant. It's cool to see Houseplant returning. Houseplant was the reigning champion for ages. And has been MIA for a while now. Almost a year, I think. Maybe even longer, year and a half. Kind of cool to hear them hear that they're using Lance Knights. I'm not saying don't bring the shields. The only thing I'm saying about the shielded Chaos Dwarf infantry is just don't go too deep on them. I don't hate the fire magic here. I think you're better off with Searing Doom and Plague of Rust against Kislev, though. Get Infernal Engineer, get him on the Bale Taurus. I like these guys, but I would really prefer to just see a handful of them. You don't really need super heavy amounts of the armored shielded infantry against Kislev, usually. It paid off in that last game because the Kislev player was going for a very immobile playstyle, honestly. Kind of pigeonholing themselves, I would say. It's a pretty atypical army from what you'd normally see. Anything else you want to get in here? I don't know. Just up vet the Infernal Guard, I guess. Give him triple chevrons just for the lulz. This is a perfectly acceptable front line. It's not too different, but you're cutting one Chaos Warrior. And I really do love Goblin Laborers because they soak up damage really nicely. Kislev doesn't charge any army abilities or anything off of killing these guys, and they can really tire out the Kislevite front line and soak up Kossar damage. Which is why I recommend bringing like 4 of them. So you can just throw forward and eat up a bunch of the ammo from the Kislevite infantry. Then you can push your Chaos Warriors forward, as well as your Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders a little bit closer to the front line without having to worry about quite as much firepower. And you can poke into the back line a little bit safer with your bowmen. Orc interns? Hell yes, dude. Yeah, the Orc interns are an interesting unit. You could theoretically bring a few of them. For 250 gold, just being armor-piercing bodies underneath a fight is pretty nice. Is it really the only way to beat Kislev? I would have figured that mobility would be better for the Chaos Dowie there. Okay. Fair enough. Maybe I have the misapprehension about that matchup. I do like the Warriors. I just would like to see another Goblin Laborer in there. And what all is on this guy? Doesn't have anything different. Where's the last little bit of gold going? I mean, I guess just filling out with the extra Chaos Dwarf Warrior is fine. Alright, forget about it. Do your lines. Your Chaos Dowie build is perfectly acceptable. It's honestly perfect. I'm so sorry to hear that, Piston. That's pain. I mean, look, I already had an eventful enough morning as it was. I've been scrambling to get everything set up for the stream. Windows 11 was a pain to get set up on my computer because I had to enable the TPM and secure boot stuff, and then I had to transfer all my data. I had to reinstall everything because Windows 11 sucks and it didn't want anything to be working properly. I had to re-enable hidden files and find everything and get it all sorted out and set up the way I like. Today has been all over the place for me. Fleshhounds, Furies moving up. Tomb Kings is a very odd matchup for Khorne. It's either incredibly doable or it turns into just a gigantic pain in the ass. Final boss is coming in with a really cool build. You got double Fleshhounds, double Fury, 2 Warhounds, Skull Taker, 1 Marauder, and double Chaos Knights with Lances, which actually, against the Tomb Kings, probably is a pretty good option, just because the Skeleton Horse Archers and Skeleton Horsemen can be super irritating to handle in this, like, current iteration of domination mode. They're pretty good units for jumping onto Furies and Fleshhounds. Having the Knights to hammer those guys and face check them is pretty awesome. We'll see if Khorne's able to follow up on that, though. I would stay away from engaging at all right now. KP is very close to the deployment zones, and getting the Furies up in here is fine. They're a flying unit. They'll just hover up in the trees. It's going to be kind of hard to deal with them getting up in there, in fact. Warhounds, I just keep out of range. Look for opportunities to maybe isolate the Horse Archers. Horse Archers do get jumped on by the Furies here. And they are taking quite a bit of damage. You can see these guys trying to kite back, get safe, not finding a whole lot of success, and a very aggressive dive onto the Screaming Skull catapult here, paying off big time as the Skeleton Horsemen are a little slow getting into combat, and they are actually able to get the finish on that unit. Skull Taker charging in as well. There's some Tomb Guard and Chosen of the Gods here to help out. Really nothing too scary against him, though. Tomb Guard Halberds would be better off here, and the swords could just go out to buffer a little bit. Lances taking a little long to get engaged here. They are finally moving up, and another Screaming Skull catapult going down. Another big loss, man. Fleshhounds all over this backside of the formation. Warhounds and Fleshhounds actually doing the combo here. They are going to be able to get on the purple Stalkers. Let's see how they do in combat against these guys. Wow. Oh my god, the mobility from Khorne. Paying huge dividends right now. Chaos Warhounds getting some great value this game. Is the Warhound meta upon us, man? You do have Frenzy on the Chaos Warhounds of Khorne. Most Warhound units are a lot squishier on the leadership because they get frightened by everything. These guys are actually able to hold in a little bit better as a result of the Frenzy. Still not getting incredible value, but for 450 gold, they're doing better than Marauders would be right about now, I would say. Marauders are just a little bit too vulnerable to all of the swarming mobility elements of the Tomb Kings. Whereas the Warhounds can actually kite away from something like a Skeleton Horseman, Marauders just eat charges from them and get schwacked oftentimes. Really loving this build. And Final Boss's execution has been pretty damn good. There's a little bit I would be a little bit more careful of. These Chaos Knights with lances have been engaged a little too long here, and they're starting to eat some serious damage. You've got the lead. Don't lose that lead by getting these Chaos Knights shot to bits, but a really good response. Now the shooting is back online and starting to threaten your expensive units. You're pulling everything back. You got what you wanted to do done. You killed all of the catapults. Chewed on a lot of the infantry. The infantry is very beat up outside of that Tomb Guard Halberd. And the Tomb Guard Halberd is being engaged by the Wrathmongers now. So really good replacement in the front line. That's how you utilize reinforcements. You hold, get your opponent off balance, bring in your heavy hitters, and then send them right up into an engaged answer to one of your more powerful mobility options. The Wrathmongers should win this fight very comfortably. They love fighting stuff like Tomb Guard of both varieties. This is like what they're custom built to deal with. You know, they've got immune to flanking, so they don't mind being surrounded. They don't take any penalties from being in those kind of scenarios. They're just like uber elite warriors that just shred mid-tier infantry like this and get you insane value. Fleshhounds with almost 1,000 value themselves, just face-checking a Skeleton Horseman and fighting some Tomb Guard out here. Gonna crumble out, but they've more than paid for themselves. Very impressive performance from them. Warhounds, 829 value on this one. While the Chaos Knights with lances helping out with the Skull Crushers against this Ushabti unit. Not the army ability Ushabti, just a regular old summon of them. Skull Taker and the Skull Crushers could handle them by themselves. The Chaos Knights, though, will give a little bit of assistance. Also help crumble these guys down. Crumbling for the Constructs and the Undead. Usually not too terrible. Tomb Kings do have Realm of Souls to mitigate some of that damage, but in the later stages of the game, it can really start to add up. Khorne has just been brutalizing the Tomb Kings here. I feel like this is an even worse situation for KP than the value might indicate. Because there's just nothing here to protect the Eyes of the Desert now. These Marauders could just motor up in there. You get the Fleshhounds engaged on those guys, and instead of using the Skull Crushers to charge down back here, you just go right for the Jugular and get rid of the Eyes of the Desert. And, you know, send your Bloodletters here, get the Knights out here, and get these Furies to be the ones who are controlling the Horsemen. The target priority is good enough, though. You just don't want to leave the Eyes of the Desert to shoot down your Wrathmongers. The Wrathmongers have done pretty well for themselves. They took a lot of damage from those Sepulchral Stalker volleys. Now that these guys are engaged in melee, the Wrathmongers might be able to motor over here and do some good damage there themselves. Good response, pulling the Skull Crushers back away from the Necropolis Knights, who are coming in with their big AP halberds, looking to do some pretty nasty damage. They're going to get a great fight against the Chaos Knights here. Chaos Knights getting folded up a little bit. Popping the Horn of Khorne is nice, and you do get it on the Skull Crushers. I was a little worried that the Skull Crushers might miss it. Skull Crushers getting the counter charge. They are a superior version of the Necropolis Knights as is. Literally, they have just better overall generalist stats. Their weapon strength is fairly equivalent. The Necropolis Knights do have a much better bonus versus large. But with all the other elements of the package, I would say Skull Crusher is going to be able to easily win a 1v1 against those guys, no matter what. Especially with Skull Taker supporting them in there. They're able to crumble those guys out, and the Tomb Kings are just fully tabled right now. There's 2,000 supplies in the bank. I don't really know what you do with that. You could bring Arkan back out, but Arkan against Khorne is not terrible. The big issue for Arkan is that he's just not a very good melee combatant. Um, if he gets caught by somebody like Skulltaker or Valkia, he's just gonna die. He does not hold up on his own. The reason that you bring Cetra is because Cetra, at the very least, can kill stuff like Wrathmongers, Bloodletters, Marauders. He can run down Warhounds. He can also fight okay against stuff like Fleshhounds. It's a really tough matchup no matter what for the Tomb Kings. Playing a little bit safer on your artillery line, especially if your opponent's got just a full mobility army right out the gate. The first thing you need to do is get a couple of skeleton horsemen out so that they can buffer damage for the artillery crews. And I would just unman the artillery and just run into the forest. You could even unsummon the artillery for the early stages, because against this Khorne build, they didn't really have anything to shoot at. Like, I guess you could shoot at the Chaos Knights or the Warhounds or something. Try and get in range against the Marauders. Final Boss just played this so cleanly. And it's really making this look like an insurmountable build here. I mean, the Hound play especially was just so on point. Banking up so many supplies, and yeah, you get the Fleshhounds locking Arkan in place, and then Skulltaker just rocks up and just obliterates him with the Bloody Onslaught. And good combat stats. Going for a pretty cheap Skulltaker, I just noticed. Only Locus of Fury and Bloody Onslaught and Revelant Slaughter. No Cloak of Skulls, no Slayer's Sword, which is fine. He doesn't need all of his items. I just really love a nice, juicy Skulltaker, but you can see that he's honestly just as cost-effective, or honestly maybe a little more cost-effective, without all of the extra doodads on him. One sec, guys. So Furies with good value, Fleshhound's also doing pretty well. Chaos Knight's not super efficient. That was the one part of this build that was not super impactful, but I will say that there was plenty of opportunity for them to do so. The reason why they didn't perform that well is because the infantry quality was actually fairly solid. They could charge down the Sword and Board Tomb Guard, but the Halberds, a little bit too much for them. They also have to deal with the Chosen of the Gods. They also got hit by Buna at one point, I believe. Managed to withstand that, and then we're fighting like Ushabti, Necropolis Knights, some heavily armored units where they're not going to be nearly as efficient. They were really just there as a facilitator for the other elements to get their value back. And Final Boss did a really good job of capitalizing on advantages that the Chaos Knight Lances were making just by existing. Sometimes value can tell you a very skewed game after the fact. You might look at something and think that it wasn't doing all that well when really it was providing you space and opportunities to isolate units. Maybe not explored thoroughly. The only player you lost to was Navi stuffing me on the back of armor and 3 times trains. I mean, 3 times trains is like the way to go. Oh yeah, my finals match against Anticity was good. See, the thing about the Skull Crushers in that game, I fumbled my charge with them, especially the Knights of the Brazen Throne. I know exactly which game you're talking about, Sham. The Skull Crushers, I was a little too incautious with. I didn't respect the nets as much as I should have, If I had just played back and allowed the High Elves to come to me, I would have been better off. That was just classic me getting way too antsy playing Khorne and overextending myself. You're very right about the Skull Crushers being thrown in. The Knights of the Brazen Throne, I was especially hasty with. Should have charged the Sisters of Avalorn and got back. I may have not even needed to do that when I chose to. I could have allowed Anticity a little bit more space just to bring stuff up. I also believe that I didn't have a Skull Cannon of any type, which is usually not my MO. I really love having, like, the Soul of Damnation, or not the Soul of Damnation, the Hellforged Bellowers or a regular Skull Cannon against the High Elves. I just didn't bring one that game, and I feel like I really got punished for it. Because I didn't have any options for scrapping in the kite game. I just had so much success with running fairly aggressive builds that I thought I could do the same thing to Anticity, which I should have been a little bit more aware of being not very likely. Anticity is very good at parrying like hyper-aggressive playstyles. Alright guys, we gotta set off the alert here. We got a frickin' Thunder Barge showing up for the Dowie here. Oh, actually, give me a sec, guys. I gotta run and get my coffee real quick, and I will be right back. So I'm gonna pause it when we get in here, and then we can go over the Dowie and the Nurgle builds here. I do actually really like the Thunder Barge against Nurgle. I'll explain why when I get back. Give me a sec. Alright. So I got Smoky Loco rocking up in here against Joni. Double Exalted Hero and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Gonna be looking to get into combat. Crown of Everlasting Conquest, I always forget this got nerfed. This is one of the ones that kind of went under the radar for me, just because I don't play Nurgle much. And it's not the biggest deal in the world, ultimately. Crown of Everlasting Conquest used to heal 0.2 per second, and it also didn't have a weakness to fire damage. Going down to 0.15 was painful enough, but now having the same problems as regenerating units is definitely something they can get that Chaos Sorcerer punished in a few matchups now. So he's not an auto-include against most factions like he used to be. Against the dwarves, though, I do think he's a pretty safe bet. You know, decent combat stats, has the Rot Beast with quite a bit of armor and good AP value, so he can actually clean up stuff like miners alone, fight those guys pretty capably, and still be nice and mobile. And throw down, like, Streams of Corruption, Fleshy Abundances, Miasma, Pestilence, you know, like, anything and everything that you could possibly want. Thunderbart's just flying overhead and throwing down some damage. It's going to rack up value so fast here. It's going to be crazy how quickly it pays for itself. The issue with the Thunderbarge is usually isn't the cost efficiency on these things. It's that there's such a big investment for the Dowie early that they lose out on cap weight, and then they get pushed back early, and they can't maintain their hold on any of the points, and they end up getting stuffed off, while the Thunder Barge is just ignored, and then they lose that way. I will say, though, that this Nurgle army is not very well suited for scrapping into the miners right now, or dealing with the Thunder Barge. This is kind of the worst of both worlds for the Nurgle forces right now. The reason I like the Thunder Barge against Nurgle is because the Thunder Barge is fairly resilient to Furies typically, although the Furies are really getting after it right now. They might even be able to kill it. What is going on with this thing? Normally, you can keep it alive fairly easily just by running away, and there we go. Now that it's turned around, you can see the Furies having a little bit of trouble actually hitting this thing. Dropping those bombs. Up to 1,600 value as of now. Pestigore is getting hit by one of the bombs there. You've got the Nurgle forces making a little bit of a breakthrough in the front line. Slayers very well advanced, looking to throw down some damage. Rangers looking to shoot back the Marauder Horsemen over here have just been farming up these miners, but not doing it very efficiently, if I'm going to be honest. Another brutal bomb comes down on top of the Pestigores, finishing those guys off. Slayers and miners freed up. Chaos Sorcerer pretty pummeled right now, and the Furies are crumbling out in numbers. You had one Fury die back here, another Fury trying to hit the Skulder Guard, and pays the price for it. Marauders looking to push through as well. They're going to get roasted down really quickly by the Skulder Guard as well, I think. This is a very interesting and unique unit. So the way they function is as like an AP flamethrower unit. They fire these steam shots out. They're very short range, but they do great armor-piercing damage. I really like the inclusion of them, just so if your opponent brought any Chaos Warriors, you actually have a unit that can threaten them very effectively. Thunder Barge is free to just wail away on the Nurgle army right now, and Nurgle is in a little bit of a pickle because they went really heavy on characters. These characters are great, but they've been taking a lot of poke damage from the Thunder Barge, as well as any of the other shooting. The Grim Delvers are going to get forward here, and what the Dowie can do is just clear out with all of the tattered units. And just have the Grim Delvers and the Skulder Guard pour fire into this bunched up position, and just fully break it. All the Thunder Barge is doing plenty enough to kind of break it up. Smokey's micro on this has been great. Just keeping it running back and forth along this front line has netted it substantial value, 3,200 on it. And really helping the Dowie dominate their two objectives. You know, that's kind of all you need to do as the Dowie is lock in on two and never relinquish your hold over them. Oh my god, that bomb just destroying the Furies, crumbling out instantaneously as it hits them in the face. Exalted Heroes broken, pulling back. At least one of them is. The other one actually died. Oh my god. Okay, no, never mind. Here it is. One's here, the other very beat up and on the run. Thunder Barge does go down. Fury's eating a nasty volley from the Grim Delvers in the process. Dwarf Warrior great weapons moving up. Yeah, you know, I mean, worth having just because Forsaken and Chaos Warrior great weapons. Fairly common sighting. This guy's not amazing in melee combat, but it's better than nothing. At the very least, you can help wear down these Forsaken. Fury's gonna crumble out. You've got the Grim Delvers trying to escape this fight. Honestly, I wouldn't even bother running with the Grim Delvers right now. They've got two units kind of like blobbing up a lot of the infantry here. Grim Delvers have okay combat stats. It's not like amazing or anything, but they can scrap a little bit in this fight. Help clean up these two infantry units, then you can pull back whatever remains. Just get situated and then blast down any reinforcing units just fine. You know, just brute pathing a retreat, though, is not really a terrible idea. You get them nice and secure. The Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons are going down pretty hard here. You can see that they're not a very efficient unit. They just don't do that well against much of anything. Dowie could really use some buffs in melee combat, in my opinion, on their baseline infantry. That's my 2 cents. I think it's a little bit too ridiculous how disadvantaged they are, and how much they have to skew into range. It makes it a little bit, it makes the Dowie a little bit one-note, which I think is kind of a bad thing, but, you know, maybe it's fine for their faction identity as a whole. That's maybe getting into a little bit too, philosophical of a, like, game design aspect for what we're trying to do here. Anyways, Nurgle with a little bit of momentum here, just for a moment. Forsaken trying to get on top of these Rangers. You got more Furies coming in. There's been a lot of crumbling, and it's put a lot of Nurgle's units on the back foot as a result, because you get a pretty inaccurate idea of just how far you're actually behind with how aggressively Furies crumble out at times. They were able to kill the Thunder Barge. It is a little bit more even without the big blimp rolling around, the giant Zeppelin just nuking everything out of existence. If the Dowie missile units can get set up, though, then they should be able to just keep Nurgle off of all of the points here. They are having a little bit of trouble, though. This Forsaken unit has done a pretty good job of clearing some of the Nurgle units. The remaining Skulder Guard go down, and this Fury could jump onto one of the other Rangers out here. Not a lot of support for them. Brutal, brutal damage coming in from their own blasting charges, actually nuking the Grim Delvers more than it did the Forsaken. Gotta be a little careful of stuff like that. 2,400 value on those guys, and they still have quite a bit of ammo that you'd really like to see get used. More Rangers folding up. Nurgle might be getting back in this game. They've taken the number 1. They could take the number 2, and they already have the number 3. They just need to secure this middle objective. Oh my god. Comeback? I think they might. I think that the Dowie Great Weapon Warriors have just been terrible here. They have not done anything to help the Dowie. Just more Iron Drakes and more Rangers. Probably the better way to go, just so you have an overwhelming amount of firepower on the field to just kill everything. Either that or go more Slayers. Slayers may not trade amazingly into stuff like Marauders and Pestigors. Keep them away from Forsaken, and the Slayers can actually do some pretty good damage to those units, even if it's not, like, super ideal. It's better than having the Dowie Great Weapons down trading as badly as they do. Dragonback Slayers coming in, trying to save the Grim Delvers. Really good Hound Micro. Man, the Hound Micro is looking so juicy from folks now. I'm going to have to start using the Warhounds myself. Chaos Furies attacking the Rangers, doing great damage. You've got Nurglings and the Pestigors pushing back the Dowie units here. Nurglings alone are enough of a roadblock that multiple Dowie infantry units are going to have a hard time getting through them. And I think Nurglings also beat baseline Miners. Because Miners are just that terrible in melee combat. I think Nurglings actually have a pretty good matchup into them. And you can see 18 and 33 as opposed to the 20 and 18 from the Miners. Dowie able to hold the middle, but that's it right now. They do have a Slayer in here that's going to be a little difficult to deal with. The Demon Slayer Lord has been pretty awesome. He's gotten about 1,000 value. He's dirt cheap too. Doesn't have any of the items and abilities that cost him anything. He's got a little bit of ward save as the Wards of Grimnir is charging up from killing all these infantry. Dragonback Slayers are free now to get up on the number 2. It is triple cap territory for Nurgle. They do need to also parry this Miner unit moving out to the number 3. More miners with blasting charges going up to the number 1. I would not be sending that many miners to all the outside objectives. I would be trying to get as much onto this middle point as possible. I know Nurgle is a little slow getting units up here, but it's something that you need to be very cognizant of becoming a bigger issue if you don't handle this appropriately. Downey Warriors, Slayers, very blobbed up position. I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but you do want to just be, you do want to have good fundamentals. You don't want to let situations like this develop on principle. Because it's very rare that you want to have your units this blobbed up. I mean, God forbid Nurgle should drop some kind of plague in here. You know, Rot Glorious Rot may not be an amazing army ability, but it could chain onto all 3 of those units and do some pretty heinous damage. Regardless. You don't ever see Blight Boil, but that would also be a pretty good thing to punish blobs like this. Against other factions, you're not going to be nearly as free to do this. And Nurgle does tend to bring Soul Grinders fairly often. The Noxbringer, at the very least, against the Dowie, and that would be a really good tool for punishing this position as well. Dowie did get the number 3, a little too slow getting units out to respond to the miner pressure on the outside. Nurgle did a really good job of getting back in this game. Absolutely incredible, but they are going to lose out on tickets here to the Dwarves. Smokey Loco in the early game did a great job with that Thunder Barge of just pummeling the Nurgle army. Killing the characters, and staying ahead of the curve, getting all of the objectives early, slowly losing them, and just ticking up a objectives win here. It's very nicely done. 3,700 on the Thunder Barge. I think that's just barely paying for itself. Actually, a little bit over. It's 35, I believe. Right? Let's take a little look-see. Oh, 34. Okay. Very teeny tiny uptrade. But just the amount of momentum it got for Smokey was more than enough for the purposes that the Dowie needed there. Why is Microsoft Edge open? Please do not be open ever. Alright. How to record PC content? What do you mean? I use OBS, personally. What do we want to watch next? Norska versus Vampire Coast does sound fairly interesting. You got Riz versus Fabrosi here. Corsair and Doomerang in a pretty interesting matchup. You got a lot of Tomb Kings players today. And this dude Tesla, you got Doomerang. Wasn't there another one? Am I mistaken? And thinking that the round 2 game. Yeah, we got KP also on Tomb Kings. Super cool. Ooh, we got ogres. Alright, give me a sec. Let me see where we are in bracket before we jump into any more games. Okay, we're in round 4. Cool, cool, cool. Let me go download some of the round 3 games then. Oh, Random Cuban is back. Hell yeah. So we got Sugar, Final Boston in their replay. We've got Skaven versus Bretonia. What the hell is even that matchup? I think that's what we're going to watch next. I can't even think of the last time I saw that. Bretonia should be able to beat Skaven, although it could be a little tricky for them. Depends on Missile Micro from the Skaven. Alright. Gonna dip for 2 more seconds and I'll be right back. Get rid of that one, just because it's a duplicate. So Skaven into Bretonia. Very rare matchup. Two of the lesser played factions right now. What the hell's going on? Oh, nothing. Yeah, OBS is pretty straightforward. Just look up a couple of like how-to videos on the basics of OBS, and it's really easy to set up, as these guys have said. I'm not the most incredibly tech-savvy person in the world. It usually takes me a little bit of time to get like comfortable and familiar with stuff, but even I found it to be fairly doable. Why the hell is my GPU usage so fucked up right now? Is there... What setting is in here doing this? Also, no messing with the UI scale, please. Oh, it's because shadows just decided to put themselves back on. Maybe I didn't save it. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Anything else in here that I don't like? Get rid of that too. Come on. There we go. Immediately smooths out. Okay. I need to do some serious troubleshooting myself. Windows 11 has not been a very smooth installation process. It's going to take me ages to get all my settings back the way I had them. They said they would carry everything over the way it was, but I don't feel like that happened at all. But it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We're persevering through it all. We've got Warhammer to assuage my my spirit. You got Warlock Giselles, you got the Avalanche Mortars out. Avalanche Mortars against Bretonia I'm not very sure about. I would be, I'd be a little skeptical of using these guys for this very reason. They don't fire against cavalry very well. It's very easy to dodge their shots if you're a cavalry unit. Infantry are where the Avalanche Mortar make their bones, and you don't really need to bring anything to kill the infantry, because you have plenty of your own stuff to do so. You got Clan Rats. Clan Rats may not be amazing units, but they can beat a Men-at-Arms fairly comfortably. Plus, Clan Rats have better cap weight than Men-at-Arms. I think the Avalanche Mortars are a little bit overkill here. Like, that's amazing damage. That's 100 gold unit. And the Avalanche Mortars are pretty limited on ammo, so we'll see if they're able to pay for themselves. Nice follow-up shot, get some decent damage against the Men-at-Arms. You gotta swap the targets very consistently, so you're getting maximum value. Mutant Rat Ogre and Chieftain with Skrulk. Skrulk is actually kind of scary. With the Liber Bubonicus and Rod of Corruption, he can do some pretty nasty damage. He's not a bad combatant either. Nurgle doesn't really have a bunch of snipe spells. So you could feasibly bring Skrulk and use him to run in and pop Rod of Corruption on any positions where cavalry are present and nuke those guys down. But we do have the Green Knight, and we've got Henri Le Massif to bully Skrulk around a little bit. Just a bodyguard for the Fey Enchantress somewhat. Fey Enchantress has taken a little bit of damage here. Giselles are just firing down into nothing right now, and then they eat a charge on the Hippogriff Knights. And you've got an attempt at parrying this now. You got the Rat Ogres in here, Chieftain, and the Morskatars Hellion are throwing some damage down on the Royal Hippogriff Knights. They do kill one model, but Hippos mostly get away with murder there. They killed one of the more important Skaven units there for not a whole lot of investment. Avalanche Mortars are getting some pretty impressive damage on the Mounted Yeoman Archers, finally. All it's going to take is one good dive from these Hippogriffs, though, to finish these guys off, and you can see them going right for it. Rat Ogres are waiting in the wings, but that's the thing about these grounded units trying to answer monstrous cavalry in the air. The flying units get a free charge. They get to pick when and where they dive, and they will always be able to pick the angle of attack. And right here, they just get right through the heart of the Avalanche Mortars, and they just absolutely melt these guys. I don't even know if that unit's going to be able to rally after all the damage they just took. It's possible. They get hit by the Terror Route and their proper routing. They'll rally eventually, but it's going to take a little bit of time, and could become an unmanageable mess in the front line in the process. I mean, Bretonnia did take the middle objective, too. So they are getting a nice lead on the tickets right now. Men-at-Arms are holding up some Clanrat Spears. Rat Ogres are doing their best, but you can see Terror Route's becoming a big problem with the Royal Hippos, who are brutalizing everything and have almost 2,000 value already. They're dropping models. It'd be really nice to see a regrowth come out to hit those guys. They could really use it. They've got a lot of room for healing. They've got 10 models left, so they'd get up to, what, 64, 6,500? They lose another model now. They'll be fine. They can still get up to about 6,000 HP back if they just pop a heal here soon. Going to be getting a regrowth, which is nice. You know, going to be hitting a lot of the Bretonnian units. Although the Royal Hippo's not included in that. Looks like the Green Knight, and that's it? What the hell's going on with that? Maybe a little bit of weirdness going on with that Earthblade. I feel like it was pretty well placed, but it just didn't really hit anything, seemingly. That's a beautiful Chalice, but it is on a summoned unit. You might have wanted to save that for the Storm Vermin that are making their way in. Rat Ogres are really starting to muck up the works, and I think the Skaven might have weathered the worst of the storm here. And the Hippogriff Knights going down here, combined with a nice tanky Halberd unit coming in, could be enough to make the objectives inaccessible for Henri and the Green Knight now. Chieftain's getting some pretty good damage in against those guys. The Morskatars Hellion has been pretty annoying this game. Hasn't done amazing, only about 1,000 value. Costs a decent amount more than that. It is beating up on Henri here a little bit, although it does take a nasty shot in from the Green Knight. Green Knight, with the favor of the Fae right now, has 95 melee attack. Actually is able to finish off the Rat Ogre there, the Mutant Rat Ogre Arawar. More bodies, though, available here. Skaven flipping the point, Clanrat Spears. Skaven Slaves, you know, usually not the most durable of units, but actually holding against the Spearmen at Arms pretty nicely. Occupying their attention and leaving the Cavalry over and over again. Bretonnia's just throwing, like, mobility into this blob fight. This is not where stuff like Hippogriff Knights and the Knights Errant are going to have success. Those units have success out on the flanks, charging down isolated units. I just don't know about that hero core. Against the Skaven, I think it's not really what you're looking for. I think you probably want to go with Lewin here, just because Lewin can terror out stuff and he has perpetual healing. The Mists of the Lady is an okay Mortis engine, but against the Skaven, you're going to be on top of, like, a million clan rats, a million rat ogres, a million wolf rats, stuff that, honestly, it has plenty of counterplay outside of this mediocre Mortis engine. Gisele's rallied, they're getting a little damage. Night Runner's getting run over by Knights of the Realm and Knights Errant out here. Skulk is very beat up. Now, this might be one way that we could see something of a comeback. But look at the Rod of Corruption, guys. Oh my god. Melting the Wardens of Montfort there. And Skrulk with 1,800 value on Skrulk is amazing. Dude, it's so cool to see somebody using something other than Ikit for a change. And actually getting some momentum here. Yeah, the Skaven are dominating the field right now, and it's very close in tickets. With the double cap going for the Skaven, as long as they're able to hold the middle objective, they'll be just fine. Another really nice Clan Rat summon, and you get Stand Your Ground popped, so giving the leadership and melee defense to everything in this blob. So the Knights of the Realm and the Knights Errant actually losing out on stats against a bunch of crappy Skaven units. And really not able to get any decisive damage done with their charge. Really nice stuff. Got Skaven Slaves streaming down the hill, backed up by Rat Ogres. That is beautiful bait and switch there. Pulling the Wolf Rats away from the unit that's sent in to counter them in the Knights of the Realm. Bringing in a cheap infantry unit to buffer damage from the Rat Ogres, and then piling in with the Wolf Rats, whose AP is going to be invaluable here against these Knights alongside the Rat Ogres. Doing some really good damage. The Knights of the Realm seem to be doing okay, but that's because the Mounted Yeomen are taking the lion's share of the damage right now. Should end up becoming the case that the Knights of the Realm just start getting melted here in a moment. You can see them starting to drop HP pretty quickly. Chieftain getting pushed back. Green Knight has been very, very useful. Good value trading on him, but really that's the only one of these characters that has done as well as he's needed to. Fanchantress has been looking pretty mediocre. Henri is just a little too expensive.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
You got Eshin Triads out here using the little Guandos, and they're taking apart some Knights of the Realm here. Very well played Skaven game. A couple of moments that were a little scary, for sure, but Snail didn't panic at any point, just kept building up units out onto the field, persevering through the death of the Giselles and the Avalanche Mortars. Although this Giselle eventually rallied and was able to get a pretty decent chunk of change. Brought the Storm Vermin out, got all the Rat Ogres onto the field, and the Rat Ogres were doing a lot of work and were very healthy at the end, which is the sign of an exceptionally well-balanced Skaven player. Rat Ogre value and Giselle value is usually the tail of the tape for whether the Skaven are winning a game or not. And both of those units doing well here. Makes for a very ugly picture for Bretonnia. They just weren't able to shut down the Avalanche Mortars or the Giselles before taking some truly heinous damage on their front line. And then the Cavalry was just very ineffectual. Like, the Royal Hippogriff Knights are the only unit here that has really gotten their value back. Some of the Mounted Yeoman Archers were doing alright, I guess. Green Knight, like I said, was okay, but Skaven were just way more cost-efficient across the board, and those Vermintide summons from Skrulk were actually very useful for mucking up the works and keeping some of the pressure back. I'm really loving the new patch, guys. Like, the meta got shaken up quite a bit. It's a little mobility focused, I would say, but I think people are slowly figuring out some ways around that. What the hell was that build that I just saw? Where the hell was that? Oh, here it is. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Positive Skaven. Using more resources than some factions have ever seen to kill 100 guys. Yeah, 100 peasants, you know, smelly, stinky, malnourished peasants. Hold on. Chom, I think you've actually got a pretty good point, Chom. Watching Total War content for more than a year, if it was me, wouldn't make anything go above 60% armor-piercing value to get value for armor. I agree. I actually think armor is still really useful, but I do feel like there's maybe a little bit of an overrepresentation of armor-piercing damage, especially on units that don't actually have an AP specialization. Some of them I feel like have maybe a little bit too much armor piercing on the back end. But, I don't know. They've done a very good job of balancing this game for the most part, I would say. I do really appreciate CA for putting so much work in to getting Warhammer 3 into a really nice place in domination mode at the very least in terms of balance, because we'll go look at the win rates after this, but they're all fairly close together. I wouldn't really say that there's a true top tier faction right now. I think that there's a few that are definitely on the higher end of the scale, but there isn't anything like Slaanesh was last season, right? Like, Slaanesh last season had like a 60-something% win rate, and honestly could have had better. And that was with a bunch of their units banned. And even a couple of tournaments where Pavane was banned, and Slaanesh was still, like, just dominating everybody. After a few clutch reworks, and Slaanesh is in a much more manageable spot now. At about a 50% win rate instead of, like, 60% plus. I mean, it was kind of silly how dominant they were last season. You don't have that anywhere, I would say. The Dark Elves are probably one of the closest to being a faction with no really bad matchups, but even there, I think that there's ways that you can work around their strengths at times. Chaos Sorcerer of Fire is playing with fire right now. The Eyes of the Desert are going to nuke him out of existence if they start hitting him. They're doing some pretty nasty damage right there. Flamestorm going down. It's just hitting a Skeleton Warrior. I mean, that's 300 value, but that's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. Could have just dropped it on the Kefir Guard back here or something if you're going to be going for a risky play like that. Good Overwhelm about to come in from Random Cuban. Just refusing to take engagements into the middle against KP. And using Scylla to actually pound the Eyes of the Desert there. Scylla is actually really good against Tomb Kings. I used to use him all the time as Khorne into Tomb Kings. Warriors of Chaos can actually support Scylla a little bit better. You can see the kind of damage that he does. I mean, he has killed 3 of the Sepulchral Stalkers here. And he's got his Serpentine Tail going. He's got Kill for Khorne. Probably could have used that over here just to lock these guys in for a minute. Brutal damage on the Skeleton Chariot. Big loss for the Tomb Kings. I just don't think the Tomb Kings were ready for triple Rot Knight. Rot Knights are doing great here. This one is taking a head-up engagement against the Necropolis Knights, and it's going fairly evenly. But the thing about the Rot Knights is their regen. They'll probably get down to like 20 models or so. But the Necropolis Knights will eventually crumble out here, and then the Rot Knights should be able to just regen all that damage, but it looks like they could be losing momentum here. starting to struggle a bit. We got a Skeleton Horseman. Come on, get onto the back of this fight right now. You can save that Necropolis Knight, do some big damage there. Maybe get back down the hill and help out against these guys. Beautiful Flamestorm on the Kefragard. Massive damage going down on these guys. Not a lot of model kills. They do have regen to heal it up, but it's going to take a good bit of time for all of that regen to really make a difference. More Rot Knights coming in. We did get the collapse here, so we killed one Rot Knight. Necropolis Knights losing out pretty badly here, though. The Sorcerer of Fire and Scylla being really aggressive in the back line here. Just nothing to punish them, though. You've got a regular old Tomb King with Tomb Strike on a horse. Man, oh man, these are some... KP, I gotta be honest, like, I love the commitment to the off-meta stuff, but you really shouldn't be going too off-meta with the Tomb Kings, because they're just a very inflexible roster. That's the one thing I would like to see get adjusted about the Tomb Kings. They've got some incredibly powerful units, and then they've got a bunch of crap, basically. You've got units like the Skeleton Horse Archers, who are really damn good, and the Skeleton Horsemen, who are solid, if unspectacular, chaff. And then you've got Eyes of the Desert, Chosen of the Gods. Lords-wise, you really just go for Cetra or Kotep. And just spam Kotep spells so that your opponent can't cast magic with his Lich Staff. I have never really seen a Tomb Prince do much of anything. It's not even beating this Chaos Sorcerer right now. Chaos Sorcerers are, like, respectable fighters. But you would think that, you know, a proper Tomb King would actually really bully these guys. The problem is that the Tomb Kings don't have AP. They don't have a way to really give it to themselves either. Rotting Rider's getting hammered by the Usirians right now, but they do find the Lich Priest on his little horse, and they are circle beating him into the ground right now. In fact, his leadership breaks, and he may crumble out here. Even if he does not die on the Rotting Rider's route, he might not be able to rally in here at all. Scylla getting poked down by a bunch of spears. It looks like a lot of the Rot Knights have been dealt with. You've got one Rot Knight with 19 models, 18 models. What happened? Oh, I guess he got poked by a bowman or something. That's about it, though. Really nice Flamestorm here, though. Gonna help free up Silas. Silas some pretty good value. Kefragard struggling quite a bit here. Forsaken up on the field. Doing what they can. Some Armored Chaos Trolls might be a good linchpin to rally back to. You can see the Forsaken retreating. Looking to find some safety in numbers and mass. You got Throwing Axes coming up as well. Tomb Kings are very beat up, though. I don't know if the Tomb Kings are going to be able to counter-push anytime soon. Random Cuban has lost a little bit of momentum, but is definitely not in danger of losing out in this game. Does still have a firm hold on the number 2 for now. The Skeleton Chariot's running right up into the Trolls and the Rot Knights, who have rallied here, is a big problem. You know, this is one of your better infantry clear tools, and it going down means that you're not going to be able to do much against the Forsaken for a little while. Rotting Rider's actually alive. Kind of missing them. They should just run away for now. They've got 16 models, and they have no HP. Get them away so that they can regen for probably a minute or so, and then they can re-engage just fine. And be able to grind out some good value for you. Either that or you unsummon them now and get them back in the pool. More Rot Knights scrapping in here. Up to 1,700 value, and they are on top of the Tomb King now. Undead don't mind losing their lords as much as other factions, but it can be a little bit of a pain for them. Screaming Skull Catapult hammering their own guys a little bit. KP does have a decent amount of supplies. Another Forsaken rocking up onto the field. Rotting Riders pulling back. One model has dropped since we last saw them. And this Rot Knight with 1800 value. And another beautiful Flamestorm, dude. The Flamestorms have actually been so good. That first Flamestorm was a little disappointing, but Random Cuban has picked it up in the subsequent minutes and is absolutely annihilating all of the infantry that the Tomb Kings keep trying to throw forward. And they're trying to throw forward some fairly good quality stuff. You know, there are a lot of Tomb Guard in this build. It's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario for the Tomb Kings, to be quite fair, though. I mean, you either bring Tomb Guard or you bring a bunch of Skeleton Warriors, and your opponent, if your opponent just throws down Burning Head against Skeleton Warriors, the Skeletons all die anyways. Fire Magic is such a hard counter to the Tomb Kings that it makes this matchup really, really brutal. The triple Rot Knight I like. It did pretty well. I think there might have been a little bit more room for better engagements after the initial engages from the Rot Knights, but for the most part, they were solid. They got really good early game value. There were a couple of clutch interactions where the Lich Priest went down, you lost all the Skeleton Chariots. Skeleton Chariots, I think this is the same one. It's coming out for a third time, only just now finding any kind of opportunity to get damage in. Another Chaos Troll coming out. Yeah, looking to push back the Chariots. Chariots having a hard time getting away from all the Marauders. Might actually eat a little bit of damage from these guys as they get into combat. Not swinging E as of yet, but one Chariot's looking very stuck up here. Might go down. Definitely taking a little bit of work now, finally. Forsaken also doing some good damage to the Chariots. Forsaken have a really good charge bonus and weapon strength, so piling in on the Chariots as they're locked in place is actually doing some good work. Another Screaming Skull Catapult coming in. Marauder Horsemen doing a lot of charging and trying to take these things down. The fact that Random Cuban can play on his opponent's half of the field and still do so well is a really ugly sign. Man, oh man, these, oh my god, 2,700 value with the Flamestorms. Flamestorm is cheap, guys. It's 13 wins of Magic. And you don't need to use the upgraded version ever. Like, the upgraded version gives you, like, double duration, but that's, like, overkill. 27 seconds of a Vortex being on the field is already kind of whack. It's the longest lasting Vortex spell in the entire game by quite a comfortable margin. It still has pretty good AP values. 35% on 17 damage per second is what? 6 if you round it, I'm pretty sure. It can definitely really rack itself up in terms of value, as you can see here. 302 kills, just absolutely clowning on the Tomb Kings, who had a little bit going for them early. They couldn't quite finish off any of the Rot Knights, though. They killed one, I guess. Looks like the Rotting Riders got on summon, and now they're back in with 2,700 value. It's just a little too overwhelming for them. They weren't prepared for the mobile game in the same way the Warriors of Chaos were. And this is what I'm talking about with this current meta being so mobility favored. It seems like either it's this particular patch, or just people have been innovating and working on their micro to the point that this is kind of becoming a very common sight, is mobility heavy builds in the opener and then summoning out units to push in behind. And Chaos especially seems to be prioritizing these very elite tall builds, seemingly, with like small numbers of units overall. God of the days of Mantide. I haven't seen a good Mantide build in quite a while. Armored Trolls taking down the Ushabti with the assistance of the Rotting Riders. We'll just fast forward through this one. It's all but over. Really well played by Cumin. You've got 1,000 value here, 2,200 here, 3,100 on the Rotting Riders. Sila got 1,500 himself with Chaos Sorcerer. God, dude, with that spell kit that he had, I mean, almost tripling his value. Forsaken with some good work. And Troll's not too far behind. Tomb Kings just don't have the sauce here. They had one Necropolis Knight earlier. They got another one in fairly fast, but only one of them up-traded. The other was a little bit lackluster. Eyes of the Desert didn't quite pay for themselves either. Tomb Guard Halberds. It's that fire magic just shredding through the infantry and leaving all of these mobility elements so open. That was the big issue. There's not really a good way around it. Give dual weapons 50-50 armor piercing and make them the blenders they should be. I don't know about that. Dual weapons are a very situational unit. There's a couple of matchups where they are pretty solid. The big problem with the Khorne dual weapons is that they're either slow, which is the Chaos Warriors, or they're like the Marauder dual weapons, and they have no armor. And they get folded up. Just because of that. Finally won against Wood Elves. Where is that game? Let's watch some Wood Elves get humbled. I don't see it in here. Not yet, at least. Send me that replay, dude. I really want to watch the Forces of Kislev against Wood Elves. It's a really fun matchup, in my opinion. Let's see what Corsair can do against Kislev. Skaven actually do fairly well into Kislev, just because you've got such good counter-shooting options. A little bit like the Dowie matchup for the Skaven, they just are able to shoot down all of the range tools that Kislev brings without putting themselves in too much danger. I don't know about this Warp Fire Thrower line. I don't really see the point of bringing Warp Fire Throwers. They're just not a very good unit. They've got a contact effect, which is nice, the lowering leadership. It could cause some breaks for Buyer Blood, but they're so short range, which is the problem. Combined with the fact that Skaven weapon teams are so flimsy. Typically, I just recommend going for stuff like Jezzails and Teeth Breakers, Avalanche Mortars in some matchups. Avalanche Mortars against Kislev is actually really scary. Because they just hard counter Armored Kossars and the Bow Kossars. Early Kaplan number 2, we're going to see Retreat here. The Master Assassin of the Eshin Sorcerer. Mutant Rat Ogre pulling back 2. Speed of Lycos being popped on the Warp Grinders, but they are hidden, actually. Doing a pretty good job of staying hidden, too. The Rattling Guns, the Teeth Breakers, destroying the Horse Archers here. Kislev can't commit here because the Warp Grinders are in position to keep them back. That was actually really sneaky. Pushing up over here and then having the Teeth Breakers sneak in to hammer the isolated Horse Archer. Really nice stuff. And one final parting volley just to put emphasis on the Ponage. These guys are dead and gone, all but. I mean, see them pulling back here. Leadership in the absolute pits here. 24 models left. They may rally on like the edge of the battlefield and need to be unsummoned. They're very unusable now, though. Cosified Dervishes coming out. You got one Griffin Legion. Griffin Legion amazing at punching through Skaven formations, especially when there's nothing in their path that can brace and stop their charge. like Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats, like the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers, are incredibly vulnerable to units like that. Teethbreaker's getting focused down. This is what I'm talking about with the weapon teams. I mean, this Teethbreaker did great damage to one Horse Archer and then just got shot to death by Kossars. I don't understand how the Warp Fire Throwers are going to close the gap when a unit like the Teethbreakers can't even sit at range and stay safe. There's the whole 65 meters that these guys have to cover to make up for the range difference that the Teethbreakers have over the Warp Fire Throwers. And the Kossars are going to be hammering them the entire way in. Really nice Death Frost. Upgraded? No, just the standard one. Going down. Oh yes, upgraded Death Frost just gives range, doesn't it? Doesn't do extra damage, yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay. Just double checking. Mutant Rat Ogre loses well over 1,000 HP here. It's a fairly durable monster, but the leadership is a little finicky on it. And there is double Frostworm on the field, and the Frostworms bully one Warp Fire Thrower right off the field. You get some Kossovite Dervishes coming in who get countercharged by the Wolf Rats with the poison. Warp Grinders in there too, tearing them down. Meat, though, with a fairly dominant lead on the value right now. You've killed the Teethbreakers, you've killed one Warp Fire Thrower almost. It's very beat up. At the very least, it'll be easy to compromise again, or just to focus down with one good volley from those Kossars with the bows. And the Skaven are just having to stay way too honest right now. I mean, this is a very bad position for Skaven to be in. They really don't want to have to play so defensively, so turtled up on their own side of the field, because their leadership is flimsy enough that even when they're on their own side of the field, if you get good engagements, you can totally punch through their formations and get right up into their backline and take out their squishy units. A really nice Veil of Shadows goes down, keeping Zarina nice and locked in here. Look at her speed. She's got 7 speed right now. No point in running. Just stay in here and fight as long as you can until all of those debuffs wear off and you can actually escape. Meat losing that value lead immediately as Zarina is getting hammered here. Griffin Legion come in to buffer for her, and she is able to escape, and a Patriarch coming out with the Solyak's Lullaby on horseback. Yeah, he should be able to motor over there fairly quickly, but Zarina's leadership breaks, which is a big problem. You've got another spell going down on her, Fear of Aramar, plus Brittlebone, and we've got the suppression effect hitting her, down to 16 speed again. And the Mutant Rat Ogre looking to finish her off. Gets one more shot in there. Minus 32 leadership. Fear of Aramar doing a lot of work there. I didn't realize it was minus 24 leadership. That's crazy. I love Corsair's off-meta stuff. If Corsair would just stop going for the Warp Fire Throwers, I think he'd be winning a lot more consistently. Just get Poison Wind Globes or something. Like, you've already showed your stuff by being gutsy enough to go Master Assassin, who's already like Master Assassin is not a bad character, just is not nearly as cost effective as other Skaven Lord options. You can see he's getting hit by Death Frost. 2 Death Frosts is going to be putting him in the danger zone. He could actually die if he gets hit by either of the Frostworms at any point there. Winged Lancers pulling back. They've got a whopping 134 value. Really impressive stuff from them. Griffin Legion getting worn out pretty badly now. Kislev's starting to lose momentum. They've been diving a little too greedily. As of late, they did really well when the Skaven were trying to push them. But then the Skaven pulled back, and then you went a little too deep onto the back objective, and you're leaving your units a little unsupported out here on the side. You've got your infantry in the middle here, totally unengaged. and doing so for an extended period of time while the Frostworms are inactive is allowing the Skaven room to push up on the middle now as you're trying to, like, figure out how to salvage your setup currently. Skaven are doing a great job of collapsing on this now, waiting for meat to try and reposition and then taking advantage of that confusion to close the gap with the warp fire throwers. Let's see if they can get anything done. As I expected, one of them gets melted down. The other one hitting the Kossars and doing stuff and things. So yeah, stuff and things. I just don't like the damage output on these guys. It's so weak. You see something like an Iron Drake. Iron Drakes melt Kossars, and Iron Drakes have a shit ton of armor. Warp Fire Throwers just seem to do the same job as Iron Drakes, but way less efficiently. You can see the damage that the Globadiers are throwing down compared to what the Warp Fire Throwers are doing against ostensibly like the perfect target for them. Kossars have very little armor, mediocre leadership, and fairly low HP pools, and the Warfire Throwers just still aren't doing much. I mean, the Poison Wind Globes have paid for themselves almost, and they've killed the entire Armored Kossar unit here. I don't know if the Warpfire Throwers are like a tech against something. I guess they have to be. Maybe they're just there to like break leadership on units. You have all of those like items like, you know, Aramar, and you've got Brittle Bone, and you're dropping Veil of Shadows and stuff. I think this guy also has the leadership debuffing banner. Yeah, the Sacred Banner of the Horned Rat for a -8. That's pretty wild, honestly. Maybe it works better against not Kislev factions, but the Skaven are looking like they're going to take this game over now. They managed to cap the middle objective with plenty of time so they don't need the triple, but even with that, they're still getting up on the number 3 fairly capably here. I think Kislev just overplayed their hand. They didn't need to be diving so deep. Zarina took a whole bunch of damage, and now the Kislev army can't play in concert with one another. Look at the Warpfire Throwers. They're actually firing point blank into Zarina here. That's how you get a little bit of value on these guys, apparently. Okay, I like it. It's not good, but it's not terrible at least. You got the Rattling Guns piling in damage. They're doing pretty well. Teethbreakers have gotten 1,700. This Rattling Gun with about 800. A little bit less. Rip. That's okay. Frostworm taking a bunch of damage. Winged Lancer's taking a bunch of damage there. Little bit of momentum loss. I'm gonna have to do something in a second here. I'll do a little bit of like a quick little health check for the stream setup. I notice it's wibbling and wobbling a little bit. I'll need to back out for a minute. Pressure on the back objective is faltering. You got Winged Lancers and the Cosmic Dervishes retaking it, but Skaven with a pretty firm stranglehold over the number 2. Just consolidate here. Get your missiles in behind your front line, and just make sure that there's no angles to attack from, and definitely get a couple Clan Rats just to sit on the number 1 and hold it. You are in a winning position as the Skaven, but you don't want to overstretch yourself, because, like I said, Skaven are always in danger of throwing the game away, just by virtue of being a faction with such low leadership. A lot of units wavering, too. And a lot of your missile units are very beat up and could stand to be unsummoned. Especially the ones that are unengaged. Like, this Rattling Gun could be unsummoned. The Poison Wind Globes, I understand pushing up. I mean, they're, like, right here. They're sneaking in under the radar. They're very damaged. But even 12 Poison Wind Globes should be able to get about 100 value with one solid volley here. It's that damage over time effect that's just so punishing. It hurts so bad. You can see there. Jumping up to 1,300 value, give or take. Yeah, doing pretty damn well for themselves. There's 650 gold unit. That's about as good of a performance out of them as you can possibly ask for. People tend to focus down Poison Wind Globes pretty voraciously. Don't typically leave a whole bunch of room for them to perform. Alright, I think we're going to fast forward through this one. Poison Wind Globes up top here, also with about 1,300 value, roasting Kossars on the way in. Very open to the Winged Lancer charge and tied up by the Patriarch, so they will go down. Got the Griffin Legion charging in here and just dying horrifically versus all of the Spears and the Mutant Rat Ogre, plus the Sorcerer and Master Assassin up in there with Wolf Rats, who are doing some pretty good damage. The Poison Wolf Rats with 1,300 value. Dude, Corsair going stupidly off meta and really beating up on Meat here. And Meat's a really good player, so that's definitely a sign that maybe I need to be a little bit more respectful of this Corsair build. I still think you're better off without the Warp Fire Throwers. Literally anything else would be better. IMO, but I don't know. They were okay, I guess. Yeah, the Skaven players are doing really well this tournament. Alright, we're going to hold here. I'm going to do my little bit of stream health checkup. And we'll wait for the next round to kick off. So, BRB. I'll be going away for a couple minutes. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just needed to make sure that, had background processes turned off. OBS has been interacting a little weird with, some of this stuff that Windows 11 seems to really want to run without my permission to run. I don't know what it is about it. It just keeps spooling up all these processes. Oh, cool. Okay. Also got a message from JP here. Let's go change this, actually. JP was nice enough to make things more readable. I'm also gonna go make sure that everybody is waiting for semis. I'm just changing the thumbnail. It's not, it's like the same thing, it's just a more readable font. Dowie into corn is so painful. Yeah, Dowie can beat corn, but oftentimes the only way that Dowie beat corn is usually if the corn player is fumbling early engagements. It is really tough to manage all of the armor-piercing threats that corn throws out, man. It's not easy. We'll actually get a good look at that here. We've got Final Boss playing into Spaz the Adventurer. We'll see how they are able to do. And oh yeah, meat. Oh yeah, we're almost done with the bracket. I forgot about that. Short-term memory really hitting today. Do we have time for this one replay? I don't think so. Never mind. We'll save this one for later. I thought we might be able to get it in, but I don't think so. Semis are literally imminent, and I would much rather get a live cast in of that. What are maps? Proving Grounds. Hell yes, dude. Proving Grounds is pretty goated. See who is going to be making it in. Our standings. We got Dangler here with 5 wins. Undefeated today. Super huge. Very, very deserving player of a new player tournament win. Meat is just outside of the top 4. Final Boss are one of our resident corn players. There's a couple others. Atatat and somebody else in here? No, that's right. Piston was not able to make it today. So I think only 2 corn players. But both of them doing pretty well. One of them, unfortunately, just outside with the 3 wins to 2. Still doing pretty well. We'll see if Final Boss is able to carry it home. Real Kitty and Corsair are going to be running it out. Corsair playing really well with that crazy Skaven playstyle. Alright, I'm inviting Corsair in because I really want to watch Corsair play live. It's going to be so interesting watching that. I say my losses for the top 4. I do too, Dangler. Me too. I always lose somewhere in the semis. Or finals, oftentimes. What, last week, even, we went just hearts out with Korn, and we ended up in the finals against Intensity, and then I managed to, throw my units away like a big forehead. That was very painful. But such is the way of things. Intensity is just really, really freaking strong. Is top 4 finalized? Doesn't look like it. We're still waiting for the final tabulation of points. I don't anticipate anything changing, because the bracket is fully done, and I don't think there's too many, things off here. Seems like everything's okay. What happened in your finals game, Dangler? Regale me with your story here in chat while we wait. For me, getting into the finals is always a big feels-good moment, and by the time I get there, I'm usually pretty gassed out, because these tournaments last for quite a while. They can be pretty lengthy. I usually am just not nearly as sharp by the end. Hello, well, Terrorbomb, Lokier, Elite Dark Elves. Yeah, Lokier's got that, helm that lowers leadership, yeah? So you can do that. A Charybdis with Abyssal Howl lowers another 8. Doom and Darkness. I can see how that would work. That's crazy, though, that he was able to execute it and win a tournament with. Jeez. Yeah, same. That happens to me, too, sometimes. That panic and that nervousness goes away once you've had more time to play, and you've gotten more used to the flow of the really high-level games, because almost everybody is good at this game, and just takes time to, like, really acclimate to it, but there are some people, like Anticity, Tim the Wilder, Berserk, Those three guys, and Charix is probably the other guy, who are genuinely, I think, like, naturally talented at the game and have such a fundamental, innate understanding of the mechanics that they are on a different level, usually, from everybody else. They can still be beaten, don't get me wrong. Like, they are not unstoppable. I mean, even the best players struggle to get over an 80% win rate. I don't know if anybody has above 80% right now, in fact. Let me actually pull it up for our common education. Let's go look at the leaderboard. So yeah, Intensity is up here. Intensity has got a 69% win rate, you know. Charge is the closest to being just absolutely crushingly dominant with an over 80% win rate. Berserk, 76, 74, 76, 71. Oishi is really good at the game. Oishi, though, took a while to really get going. Has been much more dominant after getting just like thousands of hours of games in. I swear there was a period where Oishi was playing in literally every single tournament. And now they can kind of rest back on what they've managed to accomplish. Everything comes with time and practice. I've beat top players in groups and semis, just the finals I mega choke. That's fair. Same. My total Dom experience is 50%, 5 and 5. That's pretty good for how new you are. 50% win rate is pretty crazy, truth be told. And you're playing Skaven. Dude, Skaven are crazy hard to play. Corsair's being cheeky. Corsair's playing this Eshin-themed Skaven army, which is really cool. There's a couple of parts about it that I think could just be changed around, but otherwise, he's been executing it so well. That it hasn't really mattered up to this point. But this is semis and finals, man. You know, people. This is where you rise up or fall apart. And Dangler, I don't think you're gonna fall apart. I think you're gonna play really sharp. I think this is your tournament to lose. You'll get it next time, Suga. I believe in you, man. You're like right there. You've made it into semis a couple of times and almost had the finals opportunity. Corsair is here. Where is our other player on the other side of bracket? Real Kitty. Let me find him. They might be waiting for my say-so. Got this experienced players tournament that's going on. We actually have Berserk, Daniken, and Boss Toss playing in that one. Yeah, some big name players. We'll get away. We'll let these guys build their armies. I don't anticipate we're going to see anything too different from Corsair than what he's been bringing earlier in the day. Probably going to stick with that tried and true Skaven build, with the Master Assassin and the Eshin Sorcerer and whatnot. Kitty, I've seen play a few times. He's going to be rocking in here on the Tomb Kings, and Tomb Kings are not an easy faction to really, like, lock in and learn. We'll see what kind of ferocity they're able to bring to the table against the Skaven. Skaven don't have a very good matchup against Tomb Kings, though. This should be fairly favored for Kitty naturally, just because of all of the fear-causing units. Because Skaven front lines get really, really flimsy under the best of circumstances, and when there's terror-causing monsters everywhere, a bunch of skeletons scaring the crap out of all your clan rats, that's where things get really spooky for them. Skaven are just not a resilient and hardy folk at all. Still learning it, want to have a good idea of what I'm doing before I move on. Oh, you're Dowie? Oh, sorry. I thought you were Snail. My bad. Hey, look, Dowie are a great faction to learn. You'll never ever struggle with gun lines ever again once you learn dwarves. And 2 and 3 last week and 3 and 2 this. That's steady. That's called capital gains. That's huge. Just keep at it. It's a good idea to do what you're doing, where you just focus in and learn a faction one at a time. Get one under your belt, move on from there. And after learning your second faction, it's actually a pretty good idea to go back and play your original choice for your main. Just for a little while, and see how it's changed your playstyle and your recognition of, like, opportunities. And just keep going from there. Like, I'll tell you, I was pretty good with Khorne until I picked up Beastmen and Kislev, and what was the other faction that I was playing, that I was learning at the time? Oh, Wood Elves, and then the Warriors of Chaos. When I came back to Khorne after getting my time in with all those other factions, I was playing Khorne at a way higher level. Because, you know, I had a much more intimate knowledge of the Khorne units, but I also had a pretty good idea, after playing all those other factions, of where their vulnerabilities lay. See, learning the other factions can actually help you on your main one, just by getting a better feel for them in a hands-on approach, rather than just playing it from somebody across from you, because that doesn't always give you the best idea of what's really going on with that faction and what they're trying to do to counter you. Alright guys, here we go. We're on Proving Grounds. We got Skaven, we got Tomb Kings. We got the Skaven build that we were all expecting, or at the very least I was. I'm sure many of y'all who are watching the stream will recognize this build. We did see it earlier. I have seen it many, many times from Corsair. It's just a nice big line of, like, Skaven slaves mixed in with some clan rats. You got the mutant rat ogre. You got the warp grinders, which are really cool. You got some wolf rats with poison. And then you got the Eshin Sorcerer and the Master Assassin. They're going to be getting up onto the number 2 quick and easy. And the Warp Grinder is going to be moving up there too with the Wolf Rats to try and start locking down the objectives early against the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings can grab objectives out the gate with their Horse Archers, but there's only 2 of them here. They will get overwhelmed by numbers from Wolf Rats pretty quickly. I think what the Tomb Kings are going to want to do here is take the number 3, back up, leave room for the Skaven to just grab the other 2 objectives, and just slow push the infantry in. while getting the Chosen of the Gods up into the trees here, and then sit them on the edge of the woods to fire into stuff like the Teeth Breakers, Warp Fire Throwers, poke the Mutant Rat Ogre a little bit maybe, hit the Warp Grinders as well. And that's really all they need to do. There is not a lot of high value, are not a lot of high value units for these guys to shoot. It's going to come down to target prioritization. That's going to kind of tell the tale, I think, for Kitty here. Alright, so 2 Tomb Guard, a bunch of Skeleton Warriors, 1 Nahakara Warrior. Spearmen, yeah. Some Ushabti are going to be really strong here. Ushabti annihilate Skaven units. Because units like Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats, they have a ton of models, and honestly fairly low health for how many models they have in the units. So Ushabti have fairly low weapon strength, which means that against some infantry who have bigger HP pools, they can be a little inefficient at clearing numbers. Against the Skaven, they have no such issue. They will be cleaving through Skaven Slaves with each attack. Chosen have moved up. They are kind of half in the trees here, which is fine. I don't think too many of their shots will get blocked. And they are doing wicked damage to the Warp Grinders right off the bat. Massive, massive chunking damage there. Speed of Lycos down on these guys, so they do go invisible. Going for a very aggressive catch here, I think. Oh, and the Teeth Breaker's in position. This happened against Kislev, too. That Kislev game we watched with the Teeth Breakers obliterating a Horse Archer, that ended up being a pretty nice early game play for the Skaven. They did get punished for it, but Kislev doesn't quite have the Tomb Kings don't quite have the same tools to be able to pull that off. Chosen of the Gods getting in position to hammer the Teeth Breakers again. Corsair could think about weaseling these guys back into the trees now that they're under fire. Don't want to take too much damage on them. See how quickly they get melted by the shots, man. Oh, and we get a spellcast from Kotep, dropping the Sandstorm here. Not doing a lot of damage to those guys, but a little bit. And the Sandstorm actually rotates into the Wolf Rats. Oh my god, some of these Wolf Rats are getting nuked right now. That's a pretty good cast there. Yeah, 255 value on a bound ability is not bad at all. He's got 2 more of those also. And Skaven have a tendency to blob at times. Corsair's going to need to keep really clean lines to avoid that kind of damage. Doesn't really have anything at super long range to hit the Chosen of the Gods right now. They have almost 800 value. After 3 volleys, dude, Chosen of the Gods are carrying a lot of weight right now. Teeth Breakers are super beat up. Oh my god, dude. Give the weapon teams a buff, please. Give them like 400 more health or something. Give them more armor, actually. Teeth Breakers up to 100 armor. And make them faster. Give them 42 speed at base. I think it'd be nice. Rattling Guns, Rat Ogres, Clan Rats, Wolf Rats, Warp Grinders, and more Wolf Rats. Just hordes and hordes of Skaven out here. Maybe going to be going for a push on the number 3. The Tomb Kings are not super well set up over here. I don't know what Kitty's plan is for the number 1. You've got 4 units kind of waiting in the wings in an area where they're not going to be able to quickly support the middle or the number 3. Honestly, if I were Kitty, I would shift my formation so that the Skeleton Spears are right here. Get the Skeleton Warrior, this Skeleton Warrior here, get this one moving up there onto the corner. Ushabti can sit behind the shot blocker, and they can support the spears if they need to on the flank, or go right up the middle. The Kefir Guard hide in the trees, and then they just move up whenever they need to. Looks like the Skaven are pulling the trigger here. They're definitely advancing with some kind of hostile intent. I don't know if they're going to be able to close the gap here very effectively. Oh my god, no, don't send Wolf Rats into Tomb Guard. Please don't do that. It looks like Corsair is deciding the better of it, but it doesn't even matter. These guys are hit by the artillery. They get tons of debuffs stacked on them, and they are running immediately. Rattling guns pushing in. Warp grinders looking to try and make their way down as well. Another warp grinder is out on the field. And the Rat Ogres are looking to get into combat against the Ushabti, but they are on top of all these spears, man. That's going to be really ugly for them. Rat Ogres get melted by Skeleton Spears. It is so brutal. I mean, I don't know what it is. The Rat Ogres just don't have very good melee defense, I guess is the long and the short of it, and a bonus versus large of 14 is pretty substantial. Definitely gives them some pretty good teeth here. Oh my god, but Kotep is getting nuked right now! Caught by the Veil of Shadows, and then the Mutant Rat Ogre, Eshin Sorcerer, and Master Assassin kill him in about 5 hits. That is crazy. Ushabti are looking fairly healthy. Tomb Guard need to get off the characters and just push into the weapon teams here. Skaven formation here is actually looking a little thin. There's not a lot of mass over there. Ushabti go down there. Nakaro Warriors can advance up into the Warp Grinders. Corsair's doing a good job of overwhelming some areas right now, and killing Kotep was massive, dude. Is that going to be enough? And look at the Tomb Guard. Oh, vicious damage coming down from the Warp Fire Thrower. This is where the Warp Fire Throwers are actually looking fairly strong. Oh, give it to me. Oh, they kind of missed there. Alright, now they're not doing anything. There we go. That second volley was much better. Alright, people are not prepared for this Skaven build, obviously. I mean, you barely see Skaven get played as is. So coming in with these really off-meta type builds, you can see that you can do any number of combinations to kind of punch your opponent in the face. Tomb Kings are actually starting to stiffen up a little bit, though. This is not out of the woods for the Skaven yet. Mutant Rat Ogre is fighting the Kemrian War Sphinx and the Ushabti here right now. Ushabti is some pretty good value, and the War Sphinx getting a little bit of damage in too. Chosen of the Gods are starting to clear the weapon teams again. They're hammering this Warp Fire Thrower. The Skaven pressure onto the number 3 did get fought off fairly capably. Losing all those Tomb Guard is so painful. Kitty with a little bit of a leg up, though. How true is that? Nakar Horsemen looking to scream up in here. They may be able to push into the back line. I would actually wait. I don't think you should overpress here. I think you should go to the middle objective where you can isolate some of the Skaven infantry and weapon teams that are pretty beat up over here. Finish these guys off, and then you can worry about whatever pressure the Skaven might throw in. That's the Ushabti summon going down, and it's on top of the Rattling Guns. Very good prioritization of targeting. Kefirgard finally moving in. Kemrian War Sphinx is terror routing the Eshin Sorcerer right now, and the Ushabti are still hanging in. Still haven't done a lot of damage, though. Just continuing to fight this Mutant Rat Ogre is not the kind of engagement they want. I understand you want to keep this thing locked down. Kotep comes back out. He's going to be attacking Clan Rat's spears. Corsair could snipe him again. Going to be a little bit harder, though. Kefirgard going to fight Skaven Slaves. Skaven can slow that pressure down for quite a while here. One Nakar Horseman gets up into the back line, taking down some of the Warp Grinders and Rattling Guns. Looks like that Rattling Gun got absolutely shredded by the Ushabti summon, which has 800 value. That Ushabti summon is so freaking strong. It's crazy how much value you can get out of it. I mean, it lasts for 87 seconds, and you summon it anywhere you want on the field. You gotta remember that Ushabti cost 875 gold. So this one summon in 87 seconds has gotten the full value of an Ushabti here. And Kitty is really starting to run away with the value. Kefirgard are looking unanswerable right now, and the Skeleton Horsemen are collapsing all of the low leadership Skaven units. I think this is where it falls apart for the Skaven. They had some good stuff going on early, but the numbers for the Tomb Kings are kind of overwhelming now. The Skaven slaves just are running the second they get into combat. The clan rats aren't doing a whole lot better. They just can't stand and fight against stuff like War Sphinxes. Like, they get terror routed. Nakar Horsemen rear charging them is breaking a lot of leaderships here. Plus the fact that the undead are just pseudo-unbreakable, so while your units are routing, when theirs are crumbling, they can still be chasing you off the field. Skaven can just get fully run back into the Shadow Realm, even if the undead units are crumbling away. Which can be another huge loss of momentum in and of itself. Another nice Sandstorm. Kotep, I mean, only got the one good one off earlier. He hasn't really been all that impactful. His spell casting now, though, is locking out the timing on Skaven spellcasts. So, Brittlebone and Veil of Shadows kind of going on the back burner for now, every time Kotep casts. It'll wear off fairly soon. You can only cast for so long, no matter what, as Tomb Kings. They don't really have a way to, like, cheese Winds of Magic like some of the other factions do. They're a little more honest in that regard. But their magic does tend to be pretty high impact, on the whole, at the very least. Double Plague Monk coming in with a Poison Wind Globe to try and back it up. Probably not going to make a tremendous difference, though. Ushapti with 1,200 value. You can get up in here and help the War Sphinx clear those Clanrat spears that are sitting up on this point. You get a nice Veil of Shadows. I don't see the point of casting it right now. You want to use a Veil of Shadows to lock an enemy unit in place to follow up with damage, and there's no damage in position to do that. I guess the Eshin Sorcerer is about to break again. Maybe that's why it got used, just as like a panic option. Better to cast it now than not be able to at any point in the future, which I do think might be the reasoning. That Eshin Sorcerer is not going to be rallying. Ushapti here with 1,000 value, just Ushapti City, man. Value City from those guys. You got a Chariot coming in. Didn't get a lot of value the first time around, unless it's been running stuff over recently. That is possible. Maybe it cleaned up some, I think it might have killed these wolf rats that were in the back line. You can just run over the Plague Monks and go after wolf rats or pretty much anything here. I don't even know if you need to send it to the middle. I mean, the Kefirgard alone would be able to body all of these Plague Monks. The only way Plague Monks beat the Kefirgard is if Kefirgard or the blue line Plague Monks from both sides. That might be able to wear them out. Even then, I think it'd be a little sketchy for the Skaven. You can see the problems that Skaven have here. I thought Corsair with some juicy catches and plays in the middle early game can make up the difference. But it does look like Kitty is going to be walking away with this one. Just too dominant on the value front right now. Reinforcing Tomb Guard onto the number 3, holding the line there. Skeleton Horsemen could go over and support if they need to. Stiffen up the cap weight, another Tomb Guard up on the middle. And yeah, the Plague Monks with 138 value. Wild performance from them. Terror routed. Ushapti, Carrion, Chariots all over them. Look at their HP dropping after they rout, man. I do appreciate that Total War has managed to kind of replicate that from the historical titles, where usually the combats tend to be pretty grindy until leadership breaks, and then it turns into just an absolute brutal stomp. Being able to follow up on enemy units that are running away and kill them while they're routing is massive. And the Tomb Kings are kings at it. I mean, they have some of the best cheap kill them while they're running answers in the game. I mean, Skeleton Horsemen are 400 gold. They do a really good job of killing routing units. Nakara Horsemen, you pay a little bit of a premium on these guys, but they're still pretty strong. And they're good for chasing stuff down too, because they're 650 gold. That's about the ballpark of how expensive you want your units to be on the top end when they're chasing something around the field. Nakara Warriors are okay. Tomb Guard were pretty bad, but they occupied space, gave time for the mobile elements to do their thing. Kemrian War Sphinx was super clutch, 1800. Great performance from that big monster. Kotep got 1,000 on 2 summons, but hey, I mean, at least he's cheap and available. I just don't know what you do with Skaven. I literally could not tell you the first thing about this matchup on how to win it from the Skaven side of things. I feel like it's possible to win. I don't think any matchup is truly unwinnable, but that one's getting to the point where it's going to start looking like 70-30 in favor of the Tomb Kings on a regular basis, probably. Even if it were like a less experienced Tomb Kings player against a really experienced Skaven player, it'd be really hard. No, Dangler, don't say that. I can't, no. Oh, Dangler, out here. Losing to Final Boss, I mean, hey, a Corn player in the top 4, I'll take that. Oh my god, it's gonna be Corn versus Tomb Kings. I think that was our first, that was one of our first games of the day. Not our first, but we did watch Final Boss pummeling a Tomb Kings player earlier. We're going to see if they can do the same to Kitty, though. Alright, so let's get Final Boss in here. Alright, we invited Boss, and we're gonna go find, we'll get Kitty back in here. I don't know why Kitty left. But that's okay. Really well played last game. Sweet! Okay, we'll leave them to do their army building. I'm gonna check the map and make sure that that's all set up. Creeping Swamp. Which one is Creeping Swamp again? Oh, I remember this map. Okay, it's all coming back to me now. This is a cool map. It's got the little forests. There's an objective up here, one here, and then there's like a weird objective here that's kind of half on, half off the slope of a hill. Alright, Dangler. Tell me what happened. Tell me what Corn did to you. It's rough. Doesn't feel very good. Thought Final Boss already won one of these. Did he? I don't think he did. Oh, that's who you lost to. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Alright. Final Boss got a special dispensation from the powers that be to play in this tournament, is what he's saying. Alright, here we go. Sorry, I had to adjust something in my room. It was getting stupidly hot in here. As per usual. Hopefully this new software I'm using is making it so that the fan doesn't sound too loud in the background. Here we go. Okay, it actually does sound pretty good. Hell yes. I don't even have hotkeys, so I don't have that issue. Yes! We love people who don't use hotkeys. I barely use the hotkeys. I'm not gonna lie. I set control groups all the time in games, and then use them maybe like 20% of the time. You know, this game is pretty doable just by clicking everything with the mouse, you know. You can just have goated mouse micro and still do really well. You don't have to be like a hotkey king to be good at this game. Because the, like, macro strategic level of the games is as important as the, like, granular micro stuff, you know? Hotkeys are there to, like, supplement your, time in not having to click stuff, right? Like, hotkeys are there to make it easier for you to just, jump over to something across the battlefield and then start, clicking everything around. I will say though, if you ever watched Anticity play, Anticity is a micro madman using hotkeys. Oh, okay. Skull Taker and Scylla. I love Scylla against Tomb Kings, man. I swear by him. We do have a rematch here. Oh, never mind. We do not have a rematch here because somebody dropped? What the hell's going on? Okay, we desynced. Make a new lobby. We're gonna make a new lobby and see if this works. If it doesn't, then we'll go elsewhere. We'll figure something out. Maybe I desynced. Maybe they're in game. Iconic. Okay, then, oh, okay, never mind. They're gonna rejoin me here. We're trying to do live for finals here. We did just desync. I already told them If it desyncs again, then they'll just play it out and send me the replay after the fact. I didn't actually get an opportunity to even see the builds that they were bringing. Since I desynced, it like booted me out almost immediately. It's really unfortunate. I know there was Kotep, I know there were like Skeleton Warriors and a whole bunch of other stuff. There we go. Alright guys, we're getting into it. Finals incoming. Final boss versus a real kitty, a real cat, a talking cat. Curious to see how Skulltaker does here. I am not like the biggest fan of Skulltaker against Tomb Kings at times. He's really vulnerable to like the Necrosphinxes. The reason that you bring him is he's still Skulltaker, even after the mild nerfs he got, which were negligible. He got 100 gold more expensive, and he lost 10 melee defense, and that was like it, really? Is there anything else he lost? I don't think so. He just shreds on this Blood Throne, dude. I mean, this is one of the best Lord options in Dom right now. He's hard to snipe. One of the weaknesses of Khorne is if your Lord dies, your leadership just falls apart and your units are so reliant on Frenzy that it just screws them all over. So having something that's super durable into some really tricky factions like Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos is a pretty good Skulltaker matchup where Valkia can be a little vulnerable. Wood Elves. Skulltaker's really good against Wood Elves as long as you don't let them get sniped. High Elves, also pretty good matchup. Cathay. Cathay is great for Skulltaker. So, we've got some units hiding in the trees over there, you can see. Oh, well, let me put down my, pings. Big sad. Whatever. That's okay. I can still draw. We've got the Fleshhounds and the Warhounds looking to jump onto the number 1 and the number 3 here. Tomb Kings have their 2 horsemen that they'll be trying to parry with. A couple of Ushapti backing up a couple of Tomb Guard, and then the Spears. Cetra actually is on horseback. Oh, horse Cetra. With Blessed Blade, Jaffs, Usirians, and Uskefs. Oh, going for debuffs. Super cool. Hounds and Fleshies just circling the point, just dodging bowfire and capping it up. They should be able to outcap the Tomb Kings here. They just need to threaten a charge, and the Tomb Kings will have to get off. There we go. They do jump off for a moment, but really good micro from both players, not ceding the number 1 to either person. Continuing to play KG there, Scylla and Skulltaker getting the number 2. Khorne finally pulls back, not wanting to risk a entanglement with Cetra right now. Minotaur's coming up. Marauder's moving in. One Forsaken, waiting in the wings. Where are Cetra and Scylla gonna go? Or not Cetra, Skulltaker and Scylla. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Point. Keep it from the foe.
Honestly, I think you just need to play patient right now. God, I want to see some aggressive play here, but I think it would actually be counterintuitive for Khorne to attack right now. They've got one Minotaur Great Weapon in now, and they do have some mobility support. If they can just keep the Tomb Kings off of the 2 points that they're currently holding, the 3 and the 2, they'll be just fine. They don't need to commit. If they just keep playing cagey and forcing the Tomb Kings to scoot their crappy infantry units forward, then Khorne should be able to take full advantage. Nice charge with the Hounds, and the Flesh Hounds following up 2. Big damage going down on those horsemen. Do need to pull back, don't want to get too entrapped here, and retreat is not going super smoothly right now. These Warhounds are probably going to break. Oh, but we get a really nice bloody onslaught popped here. Oh no, Cetra is in the wrong place at the wrong time. Scylla is pummeling him, and Skulltaker is not far behind, and Skulltaker popping all of the items and abilities. And look at our poor boy here, getting absolutely melted right now. Cetra dying so fast right now. Down to 1,000 HP. Crumbling gets hit one more time. That's going to be a full kill. Oh my god, losing Cetra that early is devastating, dude. Oh my god. Final boss with a decent little lead here. Flesh Hounds, great micro on the Hounds, by the way. They got tangled up in these spears, but immediately loop around and get on top of the Skeleton Horsemen. Furies and the Warhounds attacking the Ushabti. Ushabti, the melee Shabti will grind through them fairly quickly. But the Chosen of the Gods are not very effective in melee combat, and they are struggling a little bit against all those guys. Where are the Minotaurs? Oh no, the Minotaurs got forgotten about. You still need to finish up all of the Ushabti. Chosen of the Gods, you really need to take offline here, sooner rather than later, and the Necropolis Knights are still available. Tomb Kings can survive this. Kitty could bring Cetra right back out if he needs to. Brutes of the Hound coming up, Furies coming up, you need another Minotaur. More infantry is not the solution here. More infantry is not bad, but again, you've got Necropolis Knights, you've got Minotaurs attacking some of the melee Shabti. You got another melee Shabti and Chosen of the Gods. Chosen of the Gods need to be the priority kill. They're the most dangerous unit that the Tomb Kings still have out. And they could potentially rack up some pretty crazy value, depending on how the engagements go here. Minos need to focus in on the Necropolis Knight Halberds. Scylla could fight here with the Minos, and Skulltaker and the Furies should be enough to kill Chosen of the Gods. There's nothing to peel for them right now. You can see Furies do pretty good damage to these guys, especially with buffs from Skulltaker. It should be fairly manageable win. Minos pushing all the way back and through, and Cetra has come back out, and now it's starting to look like the Tomb Kings might be able to get some momentum here. Maybe a full retreat? Full retreat might not be a bad idea. Man, these Minotaurs in a really bad fight right now. Necropolis Knights farming value, and Scylla is back on the field. Skulltaker is fighting toe-to-toe against Cetra here. Cetra has more support this time, though. It's actually got some horsemen. Fury's getting hit by Usirians, but they are munching through the HP on the Chosen of the Gods now. They stopped moving, and this might be their death sentence. If they start crumbling now, the Furies are still going to be able to get a little bit more damage in, even after Usirians wears off. They're down to 11,000 or 1,100 HP. Leadership well below the breaking point. You can see that the damage sustained is looking really ugly for them right now. Skulltaker just needs to survive here. The Minos on the back of the Necropolis Knights now, and helping to chip those guys down. Fury's coming in to help save a little bit. This game is getting razor close, but Khorne did a pretty good job of locking in, and Chosen of the Gods will crumble out. They are, I don't think you can unsummon them either right now. I don't think they're something that you're going to be able to salvage. So, Mino's going down, but doing a big chunk of damage to the Necropolis Knights. Getting enough value that it's fine. I mean, you'd like to see them get well over the $13.50 asking price, but it is giving time for Marauders and Scylla and Skulltaker to deal with one of the other melee Shopti units. You do only have a handful of Tomb King's units on the field. Hounds of the Blood Hunt are really good against Skeleton Horsemen. As long as they don't fight 2v1, they'll be able to dominate the outside objectives. Khorne should... I would pull Brutes of the Hound back to the point. Marauders just commit with the Forsaken here, though. And you just try and grind down whatever the Tomb Kings have here. Tomb Kings, I don't know if they have enough punching power to start coming back. It's a triple cap. Final boss is barely up in value, but is up enough that I think will be okay as long as he doesn't lose the Lord. Nahakara warriors piling into combat onto the rear of the Marauders, who are going to break shortly. Scylla has done pretty damn well with 1200 value. Skulltaker has been beast moding it with 23. Tombguard Halberds moving up. And you get a really nice collapse here from Blood Beasts. I love Blood Beasts, man. And honestly, against Tomb Kings, Blood Beasts aren't a terrible option because they are a nice mid-range mobility tool for dealing with Skeleton Horsemen. Blood Beasts annihilate the Skellies. And you can usually support them well enough with just like infantry so they can not get roasted by Skeleton Spearmen. Blood Beasts ultimately are just like a better Rat Ogre, right? They're just like super angry gorilla men. And then they're, you know, being led around by the angriest and biggest of the gorilla men. Look at Scylla, dude. Oh my god, he's so cool. He's just doing his little somersaults and little WWE moves up into everything. 1800 on him. 29 on Skulltaker now. Oh yeah, and Scylla is looking for the finishing blow on Cetra here. Misses an attack, that's unfortunate for him, but he'll be okay. Be able to find a new opportunity to engage, I'm sure. Fleshhound's doing nice work. Hounds of the Blood Hunt did crumble out, it looks like. What the hell happened to them? Oh, never mind. They collapsed into the middle pocket here. You can see Khorne pulling back. There's no need to just keep all these units in a melee fight on your opponent's side of the field. You got the triple cap. Rally up to 2 points and just hold on to them the rest of the game. If you even need to, I mean, Khorngors are going to do a good job of holding that high ground objective. Fleshhounds are fairly healthy and pulling back in good order. How do you deal with these Tombguard? Honestly, how you kill these Tombguard is you send the Marauders into the... or actually, yeah, Brutes of the Hound into the front, Furies land behind them. And you'll kill them in no time flat. More fleshies. Love the mobility here for Khorne. Khorne is very dependent on having a decent amount of mobility nowadays. Gone are the days where you just warrior wall everybody. Carrion being jumped on by the Furies. Furies making very short work of them. Allowing the Khorngors to get up onto the point. Horse Archers, Cetra doing their best. Horsemen on the low ground here, trying to fight into these two characters, just not going to go well, man. Both of them are so efficient against targets like this. Scylla did have Prehensile Tail, and I do think that the Mortis Engine damage from it was actually getting quite a bit of work done for him. Just because it was punishing all of those Tombguard and Skeleton Spears that were on top of the Ushapti. God, that was brilliant stuff, man. The Necropolis Knight Halberds were damn good. But Kitty was overwhelmed, frankly, by the Cornate Ferocity. Tale as old as time. Tomb King's not quite able to handle their stuff against the Blood God. was brilliantly played. Great aggression. Not being afraid to scrap early, but also not overextending at any point in the game, and putting units in a losing position is massive. Khorne is great at surgical precision. If you play surgically with Khorne and keep them pressed back, keep your opponent pressed back as Khorne, and cycle your mobility effectively, you can keep opponents off of the points all game if you know how to take your engagements properly. They've been struggling a little bit in the win rates to start off the season, but they're starting to climb back up. They were one of the lower win rate factions at the start of the season, but now they've managed to jump up to about a 50% win rate. They're above Nurgle and Tzeentch now, which is pretty huge. Slaanesh just climbing a little bit. Slaanesh doesn't have enough games to really figure them out yet. Khorne does have a few rough matchups, but, I mean, fewer than you would think. In fact, some of their worst ones I don't even think are all that bad. I think it's just maybe people not quite knowing the right counterplays to some of those factions. Hold on. Alright guys, I am going to cast for another hour roughly. So that'll be like we'll call it 4 or 5 games maybe. Depends on how long they take. And then I'll be dipping out. I really want to see that other semifinals match. Did I download it? Yeah, maybe. Oh god, no, not Battle State games, please. Sorry, I was kidding. I don't want to play Tarkov right now. Fix your game. It kind of sucks. No offense to people who do actually enjoy Tarkov still. I need to unpin this from my taskbar. I'll just move it over there. There we go. Okay. It's gone. We kicked the habit. Anyway, so... Oh my god, another Syla appearance. Dude, is Syla good now? Is Syla meta? Somebody please respond. I need to know. I haven't played around with the monkey a whole lot. I've played a couple of games with him and he's been fine. I've actually been playing more with the Soul Grinders. I've been really enjoying them. That's a unit that I would like to see people play with some more. Monkey with a motorbike god. It's a pretty good way of putting it, man. Skulltaker is just so vile. I mean, he's so durable and hits so hard. He wins so many fights that you would really think that he wouldn't be able to scrap into, just because his melee attack is so good, and especially with the buffs he gives himself. A lot of the items just make him an absolute vicious nightmare to contend with. Fleshhounds and Warhound's going to be pulling back. Only one Fleshhound this time. Double Warhound, that's fine. You don't want to go too heavy into Fleshies against the Greenskins. They got a lot of counters to them. I do like the inclusion of the Bloodwake Berserkers. The Greenskins have a really hard time killing those guys, depending on what their composition is. This Greenskins army might have a little more trouble with them than one that has the pink Gumball of Doom. the acid burpa. But you got missiles, you know, that's like the big prerequisite for shooting down the Bloodwake Berserkers, is having stuff like Forest Goblin, Spider Riders, and whatnot. You could probably push up to the edge of this flank here. I think right here. You can get a nice concave, and all three could be hitting these dudes right now. It's a really small thing. I just prefer to see the Bloodwakes waiting in the trees with the Minos right now.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Like, leaving your cheapo infantry out just to take damage is fine. You know, soak up some arrows from your opponent, make them feel good about themselves. Getting a nice little lead. Marauders are really good arrow catchers. They are quite tanky for the cost. I mean, at 400 gold, they've almost got 10,000 HP. They've got a decent number of models. Their leadership is respectable, and they do have ITP because of the Frenzy, which is a big deal. God, dude, the Frenzy is so nice. It can wear off in inopportune moments, but generally speaking, it's almost always going to do some pretty good stuff for you. Really, really good fermented fungi. Rampaging the Flesh Hounds into some bad fights. But look at Skull Taker, dude, intercepting the Night Goblin War Boss. Right up in this guy's face right now. I don't know what's going on with him, though. Skull Taker is just kind of stuck hovering around here. Flesh Hounds are doing some good damage to the Night Goblin War Boss, though. Skull Taker gets in. Locust of Fury popped, and he does get a great shot in against this guy. Takes him down to half HP. Minos looking to collapse on the Giant here. And we do get Fist of Gort popped. He's going after Scylla. Scylla has him a little pinned in, though. Scylla is unbreakable. There's no removing that roadblock. I would have actually kept Scylla in there, personally. Pulling him back, though, I mean, not the worst thing in the world. It's fine. Orc Boy's breaking. You've got a lot of problems developing for the Greenskins front line. They're not very aggressively deployed to get up into any of the backline areas of Khorne and to surround Marauders and break their leadership. Your opponent is attacking you on a very narrow front, and as a result, their elite units are getting into very clean engagements. The Minotaurs are on the perfect unit for them to counter. Scylla is just beating up on whatever he can, and Skull Taker is just causing problems in the many varied locales, right? The Orc Boy front is just getting frickin' steamrolled right now, dude. I mean, my goodness, the Marauders are pummeling everything, and the Bloodwake Berserkers look like they're going to be moving into position to stuff out any advance from the Greenskins here. Come on, Scylla, what you doing? Scylla's not doing nearly as well as he did that against the Tomb Kings, but the keeping this big guy in combat is allowing the Minotaurs to get some good damage. The Flesh Hounds are also doing some pretty big damage here. Flesh Hounds are actually pretty good against single entities, and down goes the Giant, dude. Dead and gone in no time flat. That was the big anchor piece for the Greenskins. And you can see Broken Tusk Mob getting pushed back by swarms of Warhounds and Furies. Dude, this Warhound unit could literally just chase off the Broken Tusk Mob right now. And then the Furies can just go ice everything else. Savage Orcs I don't like in this matchup. Savage Orc Boar Boys are good in other matchups. Against Khorne, though, I think that you're better off with the armor that standard Orc Boar Boys provide. Bloodwake Berserkers forming a nice steel wall that just absolutely was pummeling these poor guys as they were trying to charge past. And that's going to be a very early tap out, dude. Oh my god. Final boss is just so good at executing these initial engagements. Really cool to see Scylla doing so well. I mean, 1100 value. He did better than Skull Taker that game. Minos were good. Blood Beasts were also solid. Corn Gores are coming out. It's a really nice, clean build and clean execution on it. Not a whole lot of notes to provide. For the greenskins, I would recommend not bringing the Giant. It got its value back. I would say that's 1,500 wasted value, though, essentially. I think that you need the Acid Burpa. I think you have to have the Acid Burpa, in fact. Don't need to fiddle around with the maps. So this big gumball, it's not blow apart. Wait, does it not have... Oh, there it is. Acid Burps. The reason that you bring the Acid Burpa is this ability. It does a ridiculous amount of damage in an AoE. It debuffs speed and leadership at the same time as well. And it hits like a truck, dude. Its collision attacks are vicious. It's got a lot of mass to be able to escape, and it's fast as hell. 90 frickin' speed is crazy business on an SE like this. It is a really good answer to Corn. I don't know if it would have been enough to deal with Skulltaker and Scylla, but it's a good start, at least. Something. You beat Berserk and Bagosh with this build. Jesus, okay. Well, damn, I don't know what to say, Dangler. That was just final boss being living up to the name, honestly. That's wild. Ogres versus Coast? Yeah. Alright, I'll cast Coast versus Ogres for you. We got it in here. I think I still need to go download that one, so give me a minute while I go troll the Discord for a minute. There it is. Hell yes. So we're gonna have two ranged factions scrapping it. Ogres into the Vampire Coast? I don't actually know how that plays out on the regular. I actually think this might not be a bad matchup for the Vampire Coast. Like, you got lots of bodies, you've got ways of just scaring the living crap out of Noblars who probably don't want to stick around for very long against all the deckhand mobs. It's a full rush build. It's a full rush build from the Ogre Kingdoms. Are you kidding me? No freaking shot, dude. I don't think I've seen this in forever. Just a filthy choker. No, Dangler, don't call yourself a filthy choker. You'll get it. You'll get it eventually. There's no shame in losing in the finals. Getting to the finals is hard enough, man. Like, or to the semis, I should say. Getting to the semis is hard enough. There's no shame in losing a game like that when you put in so much work to even make it there in the first place. So we got double Carronade, we've got Aranessa, lots of deckhand mobs of the, sword variant, and a few polearms, not a ton of them. Looks like just the two. No other units in the trees. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, honestly, halberds into the Ogre Kingdoms don't even seem to work all that well anyways. I think the Carronades will be way more impactful here than a whole bunch of polearms would be. Scurvy Dogs look to be trying to rally back up with the main force. It's going to be a little hard to crack the objectives here. Look at the Ogre Kingdoms just dominating all the points right now. Just bodies, bodies, bodies is the way to go here for them, obviously. Nice shot. One Ogre Bull is dead and gone. Trying to throw down Carronade shots. Gotta watch out for these Blood Vultures. Yeah, definitely want those Sirens as you're buffering. uncrew that and get these sirens in immediately. Alright, really good response for Brosi. Collapsing in on those blood vultures. Are the Carronades going to survive, though? That's the big question. Oh my god, and a beautiful burning head going down. Handgun loses half its HP. Oh my god, super unlucky trying to dodge that. Tried to pull the zombies forward to get away from the burning head, but they still ended up losing more than half their health. So nasty. Did he use the Maw Shard? Oh no, these guys don't have Maw Shard. I mean, the Firebelly got a really good early cast off, but is getting absolutely shot to bits by the backup guns. Really good micro on the handgunners from Fabrosi so far. Sphere did get one of the Carronades, actually kills both Carronades with the Blood Vultures. Huge loss for the Vampire Coast. And they're trying to scrap their way into the... God, the Vampire Coast is so bad in melee, though. Even with your opponent losing their caster, are you going to be able to figure this out? You've lost one handgun, another's about to go down. You got one back here that's rallied, which is nice. Another is being pummeled to pieces by Noblars and the Ogre Bulls. Sirens are okay. These pole arms are doing their best to hold, but Pigback Riders and Ogre Bulls all over those guys right now. Really nice net on Greasus. Can Aranessa win a 1v1 versus the versus old Greasus here? It's going to be very interesting to see. He does have that monstrous impact now. And I guess a wicked blow in against Aranessa. She goes down to 18 foot speed. It's going to be a little hard for her to disengage. It wears off. She could pull out now. I know says Fabrosi is up in value, but we're gonna have to give it a little bit here before I have a better read on things. The Morngulls are out, and we do have Depth Guard pole arms coming in. I know the Carronades died early, but the Carronades were there to answer Lead Belchers. That's the reason that you bring them here. Ogre Kingdoms look to be running away with this matchup a little bit. There's just no sauce left for the Vampire Coast. So many of their units have crumbled out. All their guns died. Or almost all of them. They got one handgun left. The Black Spot holds the line. He's going to try and do something. It's just really well-executed dive by the Ogre Kingdoms. I just don't think there's a whole lot that you can do as the Vampire Coast to stop really good engagement like that. I think this is just a bad map for artillery. If you're going to bring Artie, you probably want to deploy it, like, out over here, maybe? There's just no great positions. By the time you get your artillery to the top of this hill, after you deployed, I mean, the Ogre Kingdoms are, like, literally right up in Vampire Coast's face. It's too broken of ground, and there's a whole route right up into your backline next to your spawns. That makes it a little bit too dangerous to be bringing artillery, I think. I think, honestly, this might be a map issue. Although maybe the Vampire Coast can get back in this if they kill Greasus. Greasus was at full health last time we looked, almost. What the hell happened to him? Oh my god, the Depth Guard with Aranessa have been sitting on him and grinding his big ol' ass into grass. Wow, the Tyrant King is breaking here. We've got the Ogre Bull Iron Fist scrapping on top of the Depth Guard. The Depth Guard with 1,500 value right now. And a huge tear route going down on a lot of these Ogre Kingdoms units out on the flank. Morngulls, the 700 value ain't bad. Siren's doing some damage. Is there any way, though, that you can do anything about the Ogre Kingdom's stranglehold on the points? They've got those Noblar Trappers securing the number 1. They've got Mornfang Great Weapons. They'll be getting up on the number 2. Deckhand mobs moving in, but they'll get wrecked by Trappers. Trappers will brutalize Deckhand mobs with good focus fire. Alright, this is a little bit of a good counter push, I will say. Oh, and Kreese is being chased down by the Vampire Fleet Admiral. Or not the Admiral, the Captain. Scurvy dogs come out. Oh my god, they found the buried treasure! No way! So Greases must have come out to the Lustrian Narrows to bury his treasure hoard, and the pirates got wind of that. And that's why they're here. They're trying to get that sweet booty for themselves. Syrenes, Depth Guard, Rotting Prometheans, and Aranessa, and the Caster all going to the number 3. Should be able to secure that. Still need to get the number 2 and the number 1. Boglar's hanging out alone on the number 1 right now. Animated Hulks coming in will be enough punching power to get rid of the Boglars, I think. The Boglar's leadership is in the toilet right now after losing the Lord. Scurvy Dog's back here getting obliterated though right now. Oh my god, the Ogre Bull Iron Fists and those Noblars are just beating on them. This is a very aggressive attack here. I would avoid this at all costs as the Vampire Coast right now. You don't need to engage here. You need to hold the other objectives where the Vampire Coast simply isn't. Instead of trying to play into this blob of them where they're just popping all these heals. See Invo just hitting everything in this fight. You could be attacking all of these isolated, lonely deckhand mobs and animated hulks, and instead you choose an engagement against a position that has a terror-causing unit, backed up by good mass, and a dedicated anti-large option with both the Lord and the Caster nearby. That's a little overly ambitious. Those Mordfangs got absolutely bulldozed. Only 365 value out of them. That's a 1,350 gold unit. Blood Vulture's still harassing some of the reinforcing tools from Fabrosi right now. Yeah, the Boglar's doing a pretty good job of scrapping. I mean, the deckhand mobs looking pretty beat up. They still got 6,000 health. Actually have more than the Boglars right now, even though their HP bars would, at a glance, initially you'd be like, oh, well, the Boglars are winning this fight, but both of the units here have well over the total that the Boglars are able to throw out. It's going to be a slow and steady game of attrition, but the Vampire Coast will win over there. They did cap that point, too. That's the big problem, right, is that Svensphere has lost all the points. And the Ogre Kingdoms would have, even with Greasus dying, would have been able to play a delaying game on the other points. Now that they've lost them, on top of having no Lord and bad leadership, and bringing a whole bunch of, like, low leadership units to the field, this is where they're going to lose all their momentum and won't be able to counter push. Vultures landing! Going after Aranessa with the Vultures is the wrong play. She is not going to die to those things. She's a itty-bitty character. She's got great combat stats. She's honestly... one moment. Give me a sec. She is surprisingly difficult to kill. She is a very, like, surreptitious character. Running around the field. She's unobtrusive. She just kind of blends into the background at times. You really need to kill her in a single entity duel. Even there, that can be easier said than done with all the buffs and damage resistance and nets and everything that she brings to the table. I've really loved her performance this game. I mean, this is not an insane amount of value by any means, but 1,100 value on Aranessa is very respectable. And you couple that with the fact that the Syrenes and the Polearms and the Rotting Prometheans have been doing amazingly, and you've got all the recipes in place for a pretty dominant win. You've got a little bit of a counter push here from the Ogre Kingdom. Saber Tusk packs getting massacred and doing some good damage, but Scurvy Dogs countercharging. Scurvy Dogs actually do pile into combat pretty well against Saber Tusks. The weapon strength on Saber Tusk packs is the real selling point on these guys. Them just being engaged in the front of this set of units doesn't really allow them the best opportunity to get their damage in. They're much better on the charging. You see just a handful of these guys charging in from the flank crushes the HP on these Scurvy Dogs for a bit there. Gets them into a crumbling state. You've got deckhand mobs and then pole arms looking to get up on the number 1. Oh, the Firebelly's finally back. Firebelly needed to come out earlier again. Is this an opportunity for the Ogre Kingdoms to push back now? Nice Burning Head. Takes a bit of a rough angle, though. I will say that it is not getting a very good rotation. Nice little breath attack. What the hell is that again? Oh, Fire Breath. Okay, sure. I mean, maybe from the flank. Like, get Bad Boy in the blue line. Breath attack down the length of those pole arms there. I think maybe you could get some good damage that way with the breath attack. Eruption going in, not a very powerful ability. It's kind of terrible. You should never spend money on this, honestly. And Firebelly's just going to be scrapping here in combat. I really like Firebellies. They actually are pretty tough. They've got a good amount of HP. Fire magic is just incredible in a lot of matchups, quite honestly. And this guy has good AP. Really, really good AP. With a decent amount of melee attack. Melee defense is a little low, but that's about it. The HP pool is respectable for an Ogre unit. Oh yeah, baby. That's a nice Burning Head. Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. Deckhand mobs getting roasted pretty badly by that. You got Blood Vultures flying in over the top, but it is well past the point of no return for the Ogre Kingdoms. They're the ones who are going to need a triple cap here. By the time they even get the number 1, it would be basically game over. And I think the Vampire Coast, man, that counter push, so you lost a massive chunk of your army in the early game. But able to find the wherewithal to summon out some really solid counters, and your opponent overplaying their hand into you, and you punishing them for those mistakes is 100% the reason that the Vampire Coast is able to walk away with a victory today. So really well played for Brosi. Is not an easy position to come back from, no matter what's going on. I really thought you were cooked for a minute there, especially once all the handgunners went down. Usually the Vampire Coast is just absolute dog water if they don't have missiles on the field. They've managed to develop out a few, but it really has been like the Sirens and some of these other units that have kind of shown through for the good value here. Rotting Prometheans attacking the Noblars here. Scurvy Dogs intercepting these Nobbies. Leaving the Ogre Bulls all by themselves against the animated Hulks and Mornghuls, and actually flipping fairly quickly here. The Ogre Bulls breaking. Mornghuls just shredding people in the wings. Really good polearm summon to protect these handgunners while the Ogre Bulls are in combat here. And you have the Black Spot chipping away with a little bit of damage from the flank. Probably going to break the leadership on these guys.
I knew it.
And that's going to be a objective win for the Vampire Coast. If the Ogre Kingdoms didn't lose their Firebelly, I think they would have been okay. When it died all the way up over here, that allowed the handgunners to stick around for just long enough that Brosi was able to bring out the other answers to kind of run over your remaining units. Yeah, just heals for days and some good performances by a handful of stuff here. Giving him the win. Death Street Terrorgeist would have been pretty cool. It wasn't really needed, so... You know, why bother saving up for something that doesn't have cap weight when you kind of got pushed back early and were just getting shredded for the early stages and needed a counter push. How does Khorne win against the Greenskins? Greenskins do have a lot of answers to Khorne 8 units, but I actually think it's favored for Khorne. I think if Khorne brings terror-causing units against the Greenskins, they win that matchup maybe 6 out of 10 times. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but this game is all about margins. Let's go look at the faction win rates for a minute so I can emphasize the point that this game, with 24 factions, is in a place where it is about as even in terms of win rates as it possibly could be. No factions below 40%. Norska up here at 63, but Norska doesn't have a lot of games played on him. This is mostly Boss Toss, who's definitely going to be skewing the win rate, just because Boss is such a good player. I wouldn't really trust this. Like Dark Elves and Slaanesh down. Most of these factions are fairly well established on win rates. I think Vampire Coast, Slaanesh, counts are a pretty known quantity. They don't really do anything too unique. Tomb Kings need a little bit more games played on them to really get a feel for. That's what it's looking like right now. Khorne is just like right over the tippy top of advantaged in the Greenskins matchup, because you can bring some really crazy units. Where's Khorne for Greenskins? I know we talked about it earlier and we moved on to other stuff, but this is my bread and butter faction. I really love to open up the wisdom on them. I love Soul Grinders, seriously, against Greenskins. I think Soul Grinder is really damn strong. So the reason this thing is so good is, yeah, it's a terror-causing unit, which is already great, but the shotgun cannon counts as artillery, so it debuffs leadership by 10, and then you run in, and you can get a rear charge at the Soul Grinder because it's so fast that you're tanking leadership by another 16. You can terror bomb the Greenskins so fast with these Soul Grinders. It is wicked gross. Greenskins need to bring Grom against Khorne, I think. Grom is a little tougher to corral than the Night Goblin War Bosses or Wurzag or anybody like that. As long as you can, if you can keep Grom in check, then Greenskins don't really have a great way of clearing infantry. The Khorne infantry is just so much better than the orcs. Like, Marauders have Frenzy and ITP, so they're kind of hard to break, whereas the Orc Boys don't have any of that. Plus, Orc Boys' stats without the wall are pretty terrible compared to a Khorne Marauder, who's got 44 melee attack as long as Frenzy is up, plus whatever buffs Skulltaker might be giving them. That's a lot to ask from a fairly flimsy front line at that point. What am I doing? Alright, what time is it? We got time for, I think, one more replay. I've been going through the ones that we've been watching a little slowly, so I apologize for that. We might not be able to do every single one. What do I have going on tomorrow? I don't know. At the very least, we'll have our stream on Monday as usual, going through some more replays. Probably also playing in any tournaments that might be going on then. Let me actually see what's going on with tournaments tomorrow, because I think I'll be free. I would love to be able to stream a little bit more. That's Monday. this is today. Oh, this is the weekly tournament. Hold on, guys. I want to direct y'all's attention over for just a minute to an interesting tournament that's taking place. So Renegade Moose is hosting Old People Slow Roast, which is a tournament that's going to be taking place over the course of a month, right? So you've got the sign-ins phase, which ends tomorrow at 8 p.m., and then you have a period of time in which you have to play your round 1 game. As you can see, round 2, 3, 4. Just go sign up for this. Like, it's functioning as a actual tournament, and you can play these games anytime during the week that you see here for round 1. So the 11th through the 17th, you've got time to find your opponent, set up a time, schedule things, even unschedule things and move things around. It's really nice. I would love to see that format actually stick around a little bit, because I think it is a good format for people who don't have the time to just like sit for 4 hours and just game it out, because these tournaments are a serious time investment. It can be a little prohibitive. Let's watch, this is a great game to end on. This is a matchup that I see people despair over all the time. And I mean Norscan players despairing over this matchup. I think Norska is advantaged against the Chaos Dwarves. That might sound wild. You're thinking, wait, fire damage. Chaos Dowie have 1 million fire damage units, and Norska has a ton of units with regen that are very vulnerable to stuff like the Wolf Raider bows and fire glaives, Castellans, Bale Tauruses. I mean, what's to like here? Well, your throwing axes are a great counter to stuff like Kadai. They're really good against the Sorcerer Prophets. They'll eat Chaos Dwarf Warrior great weapons for breakfast, and if they can surround the Blazing Beards and whatnot and kite out their blasting charges, they can shoot those guys down too. That's one of your better tools. You've got Famir. I saw the Miststalkers out here. Miststalkers are honestly an amazing unit. They don't get a lot of respect, which I think is just rude. These guys have great defensive stats. They sunder armor, they have magic damage, they have a great bonus versus infantry. Respectable melee attack at 38, plus the bonus means that they can beat up on even something like the Blazing Beards. Plus just the fact that they're lowering armor all while they're doing it. That's taking down Blazing Beards to 55 armor, which means that stuff like Marauders can actually hit them fairly well. I like the Marauder Hunters. We'll see if Riz is able to pull them into a position where they can pummel the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. I think they should be able to. I would be very careful with Wolfric, though. Wolfric does not need to be getting shot at by the Infernal Castellans right now. It's getting up into the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Definitely need to scoot forward. Dodge the Burning Head. Oh, brutal. Getting hit by it. One Marauder, very beat up. The other one needs to get the hell out of here. Very lucky. The rotation kind of skirted around those guys on its own. Wolfric is going to be looking for an opportunity to throw some hatred down. Norscan Icewolf's getting into Goblin Laborers, but we do have the Iron Demon intercepting. Iron Demons are pretty tough for Norsca to corral, but one thing about these Iron Demons is that they are very weak to Skinwolves, actually. If your opponent's got their Iron Demons out on a flank like this away from fire support, you can use Skinwolves pretty safely to bully those guys. Icewolves over here finding the Wolf Raiders. That's another really powerful unit in this matchup. Icewolves just shred the Hobgoblins. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders get absolutely annihilated by these Ice Doggies. Miststalker's going to hide in the trees some more, which is not great. They really should be in combat. What is that? What happened here? What destroyed the poor Marauder champions? Was it really the Blazing Beards? Oh my god. Blazing Beards of Basharik almost annihilated the Marauder champions here. Truly horrific damage coming down from this blasting charges. I mean, 836 value. Chariots do get up into the Blazing Beards now. You've got the Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots in there too, doing some pretty good damage. Trying to break leadership on the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and it actually works! Oh my god, the Mass Horsemen overwhelming the leadership on these guys. You can see them being frightened and attacked in rear. Lowering their leadership enough for the Ice Wolves to break through them. Gonna be able to chase them down now. Norska does have a hold on the point. Look at the Marauder Hunter value. Oh, baby. One of them with almost 1,000 value. Ripping the Sorcerer Prophet apart. And what the hell is nuking these units? Hello? Blazing Beards are doing some absolutely demonic sorcery here for Hashut, obviously. I don't know how they're killing a lot of these Norscan units. Burning Head going down, hitting the Marauder Hunters, brutal damage. Norska's front line is just gone. The Shaman Sorcerer is also too far in the front line. Shaman Sorcerers can just sit in the back and just cast spells from downtown. They've got 200 meters of cast range on Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. They don't need to be anywhere near the front line. They should always be in reserve, being as cheap as possible and staying away from any counters. Castellans have not gotten a lot of value. I don't feel like they've been very impactful here. And look at the Horsemen just getting brute forced right up into Sneaky Gets. Not great, and the Miststalkers have been inactive way too long. The Miststalkers are a good unit to play on the flanks with, but this is just way too... This is too much shenanigans for your own good. You've got a terror-causing unit, and you could have been terror-routing the Chaos Dwarf Warrior frontline. They don't have ITP. The only thing here with ITP is the Blazing Beards because of Frenzy. That wears off eventually, and you can terror-route them too. It would have been really nice to have them on the front line. Your opponent brought their Fireglaves all the way out here, and then the Miststalkers didn't have anything they could do anymore. And now they're just too lonely. Like, they're not going to be able to get good fights anymore because they have no cover. They do need support. Famir are a great unit, but they can't fight alone. Just getting anything underneath them, like a Marauder or a Great Weapon, is super clutch. You got the throwing axes rolling around. They're still trying to do damage, but they keep running up into melee combat, and they're just not built for that. I think Norska might be a little too far behind now to be able to try and scrap it back. The value bars are just broken. Don't believe them ever, ever, ever. Battlefield positioning makes up for as much of a value differential as anything in this game. Having good solid formations and sticking to them and bringing your counter units out into places where they can actually do things is what wins games. And here you just see the Miststalkers being ground down by a bunch of chaff and this big combat character who's bullying them a little bit. They were getting shot a little bit as well. Kadai have taken over the number 2. Famir are also really good against Kadai.
The enemy has slain our lord.
You circumvent the Fizzres on Kadai Fireborn. You can chip away at their HP pool, which is honestly a little bit less than what Famir have available to them, isn't it? Yeah, it is, in fact. Only about 400 difference, but, you know, enough of one that, if you just keep the Kadai engaged in combat sundering their armor, you're wrecking their, protection. Like, their armor is all gone, they're getting hit through their Fizzres. You bring in your horsemen, and then you just, throwing axe them to pieces, usually. Really well played by Empire. Empire doing a great job in this, game. Running over Riz. Those Burning Heads have been so nasty. 1600 is really good value for just a Burning Head caster. This guy has not been engaged in melee all that much. These Sorcerer Prophets just aren't quite as strong as they used to be because Chalice doesn't work the same way anymore. But they are still very effective. Deathstreak got a really good shot against some of the Marauders. You can see one of these great weapons is running. The other Marauder's trying to get on top of the Fireglaves. Kind of a long run, though. And another Fireglaive has hit the field. Once there's multiple Fireglaves out, Chaos Dowie are in a winning position. Fireglaves are just unapproachable when there's multiples of them in a entrenched position that is protected by infantry and mobility. They will make it impossible to even interact with the Chaos Dwarf army at that point. Good shots going down. Fireglaves get attacked by the chariots. Actually hold up pretty well. They take a decent chunk of their HP in losses, but able to rally in. Get some fire down. One of the Fireglaves is gone. Blazing Beard's back out on the field looking meaty as hell and scaring the hell out of everything. The Iron Demon is just routing all the throwing axes off the field. Ice Wolves, Marauder Hunters. Like I said, Norska just played this a little too cute for their own good. What Riz needed was the Famir in the front line earlier. The Famir would have also been able to kill the Infernal Castellans. Famir are actually pretty good at killing foot characters. Manticore chasing around, trying to get this Sorcerer Prophet. And it's a really well-played slow push for late game win. Riz had the advantage with caps early, but fell off pretty hard as that middle fight was just swinging so hard against Norska. You lost your caster in the mid-game. Can't really afford that against a faction that you need your debuffs against with Plague of Rust, and then also the damage from Searing Doom.
You have been bested. There is
Searing Doom is really good for punishing Infernal Guard. Fireglaves, really good against Dowie Warriors. Good for hitting Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, too. You can just cast this while your opponent's microing elsewhere and really pummel those poor little Wolf Raiders. Kadai did great, Iron Demon did great, Deathstreaker was doing pretty good, Hashets were out for like 2 minutes. It's really cost-effective value across the board. This Chaos Dowie Warrior got 1100 value, almost 12, and Blazing Beards doubled their value. They would have done so the second time around too, I'm pretty sure. Ice Wolves are the best part of this build. The Chariots came in a little too scattered. I mean, this is a good starting army. You just need to play a little more patiently. Like, you see your opponent's got a little bit of a warrior wall. Push up your Marauder Hunters, throw your axes to get around the shields, because Marauder Hunters do have Shield Breaker. The way Shield Breaker works... We'll go show it off, actually, before we go. Because this is a very fine point that gets lost very often by people. It's literally, this is my build for dealing with the Chaos Dwarves. I'd get rid of the second Famir. I don't think you need a Mana Core either. Yeah, the great weapons are fine. I'd get 2 Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves are still useful in that matchup. I think with this is a build that's got pretty much everything you could want. Maybe you don't need the Brutes of the Hound, and you can get a Werekin in here. Oh, 50 gold too much? Seriously? That's so irritating. Anywhere we can save 50 gold. Alright, whatever. Bring a Norskin Warhound. Something. Oh, Beast of Tashnar in this matchup. Super strong. So maybe just 2 of the 2 of those guys, and you can get like 2 of the Marauder Great Weapons. Do you need a Werekin? God damn, this is so awkward. Alright, do that. Still off. Maybe just one chariot and then another skin wolf. You got 300 gold to play around with. Figure something out. Oh yeah. Whoops. Let's go to land battle, and we're gonna go to Itza. It's nice and small. I'm gonna cut everything except the. We'll keep 2 hunters. Also have some horsemen. And let's get a really tanky unit in. Let's get 3 black orcs with a war boss in there. War bosses also have a shield, so I can kind of show this off. So there's a couple of things about Shieldbreaker that need to be kept in mind. It does not only apply to the unit that has Shieldbreaker. Shieldbreaker imbues a weakness onto a unit. It makes the shield less effective for all shooting in your army. So it's actually incredible, because not only are the Marauder Hunters poking through the shields more effectively, it's going to allow the throwing axes to do so as well. I'm just going to get up in these guys' face. We'll fast forward through this. Like here. Get these guys in group 2, and they can be group 1 and group 3, and Wolfric can just hang back. So you can see the throwing axes not doing a whole lot right now, because they're hitting silver shielded black orcs. I mean, they're doing a little bit of damage, but not really all that great. Let's actually unfuck this. I'm being a little bit of a fool here. This is okay though. Now we're going to bully this one black orc. It's a good thing that these guys are fast. They have 35 foot speed, which is pretty quick, honestly. Yeah, you can see, now that these guys have a Shieldbreaker imbued on them, throwing axes are doing much better damage. The black orcs up on the flank of them now. You can focus fire. This is basically what the Chaos Dwarves needed to be doing to the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Is splitting up and making the Chaos Warriors have to work way harder to close into combat. Oh, Wolfric is on a horse. Okay. I was on foot for a minute. Just keep pulling these guys back and keep throwing here. Wear these guys out. And just kind of surround here. Once you finish off one black orc, it becomes a lot easier to handle the remainder. Same principle with all the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. You just want to deny your opponent the opportunity to fight you, and use your Marauder Hunters and your throwing axes in tandem to bully their front line, because people are not ready for it. That Chaos Dowie build had no defense against Marauder Hunters and Marauder Horsemen duoing together to kill the front line without even engaging with it. The micro can be a little demanding, but it's usually like doable enough. We're gonna get Wolfric in here, and we'll just throw a Sea Fang down and finish off this Black Orc unit. Alright, get these guys on fire at will. I'll actually send them in to charge these guys for a minute. So the biggest thing about the Marauder Hunters is that your opponent, once they see the damage that Marauder Hunters are going to do, they're going to get antsy. It's very hard to play patiently when you're taking damage. It's one of my big foibles in this game, is that I have a tendency to get a little bit antsy about taking a bunch of damage. You can see here the shield's just not making any kind of difference for some of those volleys. Slowly but surely, wear out these guys and just bully them into the dirt. You do have to deal with Hobgoblin Wolf Raider archers, but that's why you have the Ice Wolves. Because the Ice Wolves give your horsemen time to value trade by just threatening to charge down the Hobgoblins. The Hobgoblins on their little wolf mounts are so squishy. They have like 4,000 HP. One Norskin Ice Wolf can kill multiple of the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with the bows and with the spears. They take them down very quickly. Yeah, I mean, 2 hunters nuking a Black Orc, and Black Orcs have way more HP than Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Chaos Dwarf Warriors are a lot squishier. This is against, like, 3 incredibly high value and dangerous heavy infantry units. Yeah, just like solid good value on all those units. That's kind of how you want to play into a wall, like what you saw with the Chaos Dwarves that last game. They didn't have Fireglaves early, or artillery to punish you, so you can just sit right in front of their front line and torment them endlessly. They will literally cry, and you'll be an evil, chuckling mad lad. Yeah, it's a contact effect, exactly. It's not an SFT. Oh, is that tournament not an SFT? Maybe it's a 3x3, which would be kind of cool. I've been missing those. Let me go back to that tournament page. I'll show it off one more time before I dip out. Where it at? There it is. Boom. So yeah, you got one more, or not, oh, it is today. Ah, okay. I thought the check-ins ended tomorrow. Well, anyways, by 8 p.m. tonight, everything will be set up. And yeah, okay, so it's 3 blind picks, okay, 2 one-sided bands. Wow, okay, this is really interesting. So each person gets 2 exclusive bans. Exclusive bans means that you're banning your opponent's choices and not your own. It reveals all the bans, then you do your picks, and then what happens from there? Do we have another ban phase? I'm a little confused on how this works. I'm gonna need clarification on that, but it's like a hybrid, it's like a hybrid pick 3 system. Can't play greenskins every day. Every game I ain't playing. That's fair. Yeah, it's a really useful site. It's great. Yeah, it's an awesome service adventure. Much love to it, for real. Makes things pretty easy and straightforward to, you know, select all your armies and do your picks and bans and not have to overly worry about everything. Alright guys, so thank y'all for tuning in. I'll do my best to find free time tomorrow for another stream. We can do some more replays, we can play in a tournament probably. And Monday, we'll for sure do a nice day of replays casting for the new player tournament. So check it out then. Till then, I'll see you guys later. So, peace out, take care, GG's.